This is a First Alert Weather Day.
Well, thank you for joining us at 3 o'clock. And right now, our First Alert Weather team is tracking some severe weather moving into the tri-state this afternoon. You can see the radar here behind me with those storms moving through. A tornado watch has now been issued for the area. And we have team coverage with Ashley Smith and Steve Horsemeyer in the First Alert Weather Center, and Ethan Emery keeping an eye on the roads in the Toyota Storm Tracker. So, Ashley, we're going to start with you. And so what are you seeing right now?
Well, we are talking about, of course, the latest in this storm is that there is a tornado watch in effect. It's for everybody in the entire tri-state. So if you're watching us right now, if you're listening to us, you are included in that watch at this time. So tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock this evening for the entire tri-state. So what they're saying, what the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service together is saying, that any one of these storms that moves into the tri-state between now and 10 p.m. has the capability of producing a tornado. We have not had any warnings in effect so far across the tri-state, but this is really just the beginning of what we're declaring a First Alert Weather Day, and of course the National Weather Service talking about that tornado potential. Now I'm going to send it over to Steve Horsemeyer. He's going to talk about some of the strongest storms that we're monitoring right now that could potentially turn into a warning. Steve?
Absolutely, Ashley. We're watching these very closely, and I'm surprised that we haven't had any warnings out there yet, but any time now a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning could come out. You can see the activity moving in here from southeast Indiana, and if we take a little bit closer look here, what you'll see is basically that the shower and thunderstorm activity has a number of hail cores with them. Those hail cores possibly could bring some hail 1 to 2 inches in diameter. And the heaviest storms right now are moving into Ripley County around Versailles here. You can see the storm moving out or right across the county line. It has some rotation in it, and we've been watching this for a potential tornado warning. Okay, nothing going on now. The rotation isn't a very tight, compact rotation, but that does have some rotation in it. The storm that is in the southern part of Dearborn County basically has lots of hail with it, 1 to 2 inch hail possible there as it moves towards Lawrenceburg and Greendale and up around Kelso Township, St. Leon near I-74, another strong storm with the possibility for some large hail, and we're monitoring those. Right now, only the watch in effect, no warnings in effect. If they do come up, we'll let you know right away. Now let's go back to Ashley.
Yeah, so as far as those storms right now that we are tracking as they move north of the city, you see here Cincinnati is kind of in the clear at this point. You see a shower still lingering there. But as far as the storms, they've moved north of Cincinnati. So if you put a timeline on that, they would be here in Westchester in just a few minutes if they're not already there. Mason at 3:12, Lebanon at 3:24, and then starting to move out of the area by 3:30. But that's not all. Look at this. Another line developing across a large portion of Grant County. Some thunderstorms there. You see in Brooksville, parts of Robertson, Mason County is seeing some really heavy rain right now, as well as those thunderstorms. Initially, this is all moving south to north, but we're going to see a secondary line, or maybe a third line, if you will, that's going to move in from the west later this evening. So you can't just say, okay, this one storm moves through and I'm in the clear. There are going to be multiple storms across the tri-state for the rest of the day today. We're talking about flooding rains will be possible because the ground is so wet. We've had plenty of rain the past couple of days, and we're also talking about damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes, all possible within any of these storms. Now, the timeline again from about now until 8 p.m. with the strongest storms. This right here is 6:30. Lots of storms around the tri-state. By the time we get to 8, 9 p.m., those storms starting to exit the area, and I think by 10, everybody is dry. Tomorrow, completely dry, no threat of severe weather, but the Storm Prediction Center is saying that our region kind of in the bullseye for these severe storms through the rest of the day today. We're going to continue to monitor it and bring you those updates throughout the rest of the afternoon. For now, though, we're going to send it out to the Toyota Storm Tracker. Our meteorologist, Ethan Emery, is out and about. Ethan, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Well, we are near Westchester right now on I-75 northbound, just along that storm line, making its way towards the north into Butler County. We're going to make a turnaround and go towards the Hamilton County area, but you can see right now, we're at the bare edge of this storm. So right now, wipers are slowing down a little bit, but just behind us, we've had a lot of very heavy rainfall. Roads quickly getting very wet, even ponding at times. So we're monitoring that. But traffic right now, not terrible. However, we have noticed that a lot of construction zones in the tri-state, which that's very typical this time of the year. A lot of slowdowns for the construction zones as well as the heavy rainfall. So if you are traveling this afternoon or this evening, you want to take your time, especially with that very heavy rainfall within these storms. And in addition to that, when you have the very dark skies which we have behind us, which we'll turn around here very soon, that can make things really, really dark, and you want to have those headlights on if you are traveling. We'll be tracking more of these storms all evening here in the Toyota Storm Tracker, and reporting near Westchester, meteorologist Ethan Emery, Fox 19 Now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dark and gloomy out there. Thank you, Ethan. Also, don't forget about the free First Alert weather app, and you can use it to track the rain and any changes in the forecast right from your phone. It has live radar, current conditions, and a 10-day forecast, plus more. Just scan that QR code to download it right now. In the meantime, breaking now, Ohio lawmakers can now continue to create requirements related to COVID-19, like a mask mandate. The Supreme Court of Ohio just ruled on this. Jessica Schmidt, she joins us at the Alert Desk. So Jessica, what does this mean?
Yeah, so there has been an effort, Amber, to change state laws to stop lawmakers from creating those kinds of COVID-19 related requirements. Well, the Ohio Supreme Court is rejecting that in this new ruling. The judges wrote they don't have the right to tell Ohio lawmakers what kind of legislation they can or cannot pass. A group of Ohioans claimed that since the pandemic began back in 2020, their rights have been violated. They argue that is because lawmakers forced them to do things related to their health, like wearing a mask, undergoing contact tracing, having their temperatures taken, or getting vaccinated. The group also asked the court to stop the Ohio Attorney General from enforcing those kinds of health-related requirements. On that issue, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that state legislators could pass laws that impact the Attorney General, but the Supreme Court does not have the power to tell lawmakers to do that. At the Alert Desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And we have new information about a shooting that happened in University Heights. Police have made an arrest. And according to court documents, Brandon Barnes, who you see there, admitted to shooting another man after the two had a fight about trash. Now, police say that that man was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. That shooting happened on Straight Street near McMicken just before 1 o'clock in the morning. Barnes has been charged with felonious assault. Also, 2 Cincinnati police officers were hurt while pursuing suspects in a stolen vehicle this morning. This is a look at the scene. And this all started around 3 o'clock in the morning when police started chasing a car that was reported stolen. Now, 2 suspects eventually got out of the car and ran off on Martin Luther King Drive near UC. And police say both of the people have been arrested. Now, the officer, we're told, was taken to the hospital, but will be okay. And more than 90 gymnasts are now suing the FBI over the Larry Nassar investigation, why they say the FBI could have prevented some of the alleged abuse. And a 4th grader who survived the deadly Texas school shooting shares her experience in front of Congress. We have what she says about those scary moments.
And we have a severe thunderstorm warning, our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. That is for Ripley County. That goes until 3:45 this afternoon. Very strong thunderstorm moving through that area. If you are in Ripley County, make sure that you stay inside and take cover until that storm passes. Lots of lightning and heavy rain, as you can see, but damaging winds and hail will also be a possibility. Tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. for everyone. We'll talk more about these storms coming up.
Get the best of both worlds. Enjoy DreamCloud's biggest offer yet with up to $6.99 in savings and accessories with your mattress purchase. Banish buyer's remorse with a 365-night trial and lifetime warranty. Discover the DreamCloud difference. Shop online or in-store today.
Today, I am officially $11,754 in credit card debt. The roller skating incident, my laptop going for a swim, and my obsession with one-of-a-kind vintage shoes has dug me in deep.
Faye, my teaching assistant, turned me on to Tally. Tally gave me a low-interest line of credit to pay off my high-interest credit cards, saving me thousands and getting me out of debt faster.
Maybe now I can finally trade in my old used car for a brand new one to go with my vintage velvet driving slippers.
No restraint. Get out of debt up to 2 times faster with Tally.
Can a handyman fix my leaky faucet?
How much does it cost to have my HVAC checked?
How do I know I have mold?
Why do water pipes
break?
Home questions don't have to keep you up at night. Get peace of mind with Thumbtack. We'll connect you with local pros for any home project, from a small fix to a big remodel. See transparent prices, read verified reviews, and book with just a tap. Download the app and book your next project today. Thumbtack.
Hey, if it's all these bills stressing you out, you have to try Tally.
How does that work?
It's easy. I uploaded my cards and they gave me a super low interest line of credit to pay them off. I save a ton and I never miss a payment. They do everything for you.
I'm gonna save thousands on interest. I'll drink to that.
Download Tally today and stress less about your credit card debt.
My name is Margaret Kelly, and I am from Louisville, Kentucky. Goodwill is important in helping Kentuckians who have come through difficult life circumstances find jobs. So they don't just work with the people that are in their stores, they work with people that are coming out of the criminal justice system, the people that might be coming out of rehab programs, or just people that reach out to Goodwill and say, hey, I'm having a hard time getting a job, can you please help me? Goodwill does a lot of good work and things like that, which also then in turn helps Kentucky.
Fox 19 Now, sponsored by You Move Me. Never fear moving day again with Cincinnati's You Move Me.
Right now, we're taking a live look at traffic. This is 275 north near the Springdale exit, and you can see that rain just coming down. The roads are wet. Now, traffic isn't too bad. It looks like the drivers are handling this condition so far. But again, we're continuing to keep an eye on the roads as more rain continues to move through the evening through the tri-state, and we'll be sure to keep you updated. Also, dozens of women and girls who were abused by former USA gymnastics team doctor Larry Nassar are now suing the FBI. They submitted claims to the FBI for more than $1 billion. More than 90 women and girls say the FBI mishandled the case instead of preventing Nassar from allegedly abusing more people. And they say that the agency had credible complaints from numerous victims and in July of 2015, but they did not interview him or properly investigate the abuse. Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison. Right now, police are looking for this man. Now, Cincinnati police say that he's wanted in connection with a sexual imposition and public indecency incident. And police say that the incident happened at the TJ Maxx on Glenway Avenue on June 1st. So again, take a look at your screen. If you do recognize this man or if you have any information about what happened, give police a call. And again, we're watching live the roads right here for the storm tracker. This is I-75. You can see the ominous clouds right there, that rain coming down. We'll continue to check the conditions throughout the tri-state coming up.
Once I found Upstart, I was kind of relieved. They're interested in my background. They were looking at more than just my credit score. I was able to get my money fast. I was able to consolidate all of those credit cards into one payment.
Borrowing from Upstart was incredibly simple. The interest rates were incredibly attractive. Going through the process took just a couple of minutes. The approval process was basically instantaneous, and I got the money within a few days.
Get the best of both worlds. Enjoy DreamCloud's biggest offer yet with up to $6.99 in savings and accessories with your mattress purchase. Banish buyer's remorse with a 365-night trial and lifetime warranty. Discover the DreamCloud difference. Shop online or in-store today.
My name is Margaret Kelly, and I am from Louisville, Kentucky. Goodwill is important in helping Kentuckians who have come through difficult life circumstances find jobs. So they don't just work with the people that are in their stores, they work with people that are coming out of the criminal justice system, the people that might be coming out of rehab programs, or just people that reach out to Goodwill and say, hey, I'm having a hard time getting a job, can you please help me? Goodwill does a lot of good work and things like that, which also then in turn helps Kentucky.
Right now, we're continuing to monitor the road conditions as this rain is coming down. This is a live look at 275 at Montgomery Road. And again, not seeing any issues, but you are going to be dealing with some rut roads if you are going to be heading out. So keep that in mind. And we'll continue to watch different spaces for you throughout the tri-state to see what those roads are looking like. And if we do see any big issues, we'll definitely keep you updated.
Do you feel safe at school? Why not?
Because I don't want it to happen again.
And you think it's going to happen again?
Well, that was fourth grader Maya Cirillo testifying before Congress today. And Cirillo, she survived the shooting at an elementary school in Texas that claimed the lives of 21 people. And she's just one of many Americans impacted by gun violence who testified today. Lucas Tomlinson has more from Washington.
Schools are not safe anymore. Something needs to really change.
An emotional day of testimony at a House hearing on gun violence, as 11-year-old Mia Cirillo recounts her harrowing experience during the Uvalde school shooting last month. The fourth grader telling members of Congress in her pre-recorded video what she had to do in order to survive.
Thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me.
Impassioned pleas for change also coming from a parent whose child survived the recent mass shooting in Buffalo.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need you to stand with us in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, and be ready to go to work and help us to create the change that this country so desperately needs.
With more than 200 mass shootings in the U.S. just this year, House Democrats say they are urgently working to tighten gun laws, hoping these gut-wrenching stories sway some skeptical Republicans who think any new federal action could violate the Second Amendment.
Today, the House is voting to pass common-sense gun safety legislation, which is a crucial first step in addressing this crisis.
Knee-jerk reactions to impose gun control policies that seek to curtail our constitutional right to bear arms are not the answer.
A group of bipartisan senators is crafting new gun control legislation. Both sides will have to compromise if they will reach any agreement. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And happening tonight, the city of Cincinnati is hosting what it calls a problem-solving discussion about pedestrian safety. And the city is inviting you to take part in this conversation. It's happening tonight at 6 o'clock inside City Hall. And the event will include presentations and remarks from the Cincinnati Police Department, the Ohio Department of Transportation, also the city manager's office, and several others. And again, right now we are looking at a first alert weather day. Look at that shot right there. I mean, ominous clouds out there, Ashley, and we've been seeing rain throughout the tri-state. So are we looking at more severe storms throughout the area?
Yes, we do anticipate this to be a pretty lengthy event, meaning that it's going to continue for several hours, really throughout the rest of this afternoon and into the evening hours. We do have a tornado watch for everybody in the viewing area until 10 p.m., but we do have one severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Ripley County. So you see there's lots of storms on radar right now, but the one storm that does have a severe thunderstorm warning is in Ripley County, and it's moving to the east at about 20 miles per hour. Now, this, as I mentioned, is our first severe thunderstorm warning, likely will not be our last. You can see this is a very strong storm. Even that kind of white shading right there, that actually shows that it could have some hail contained inside of it. I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Hortzmeyer to talk more about this storm and anything else that he sees on radar right now. Steve?
Well, thanks, Ashley. Yeah, we are looking at this developing pretty quickly. These storms blew up fast, and Ashley already mentioned the storm here in Ripley County, a nice hail core there near Versailles. So there's a chance that if you're in the Versailles area, you may see 1 to 1.5 inch hail out of that. The other storms that were in Dearborn County, if we're looking at this full screen, you can see that just north of Lawrenceburg and Greendale, moving north and eastward toward Miami Township. And then the other one along I-74 is moving into the northwest corner of Hamilton County, then into Morgan Township and over toward Fairfield. So we basically have quite a few storms around the tri-state. There's one in Versailles. You see the little bright spot there to the west of Versailles. That is the hail core. Lightning and thunder with the one north of Lawrenceburg up toward Miller. And then we've got another storm, but not a real heavy one, around Miami Township. And of course, at any time during the day today, we could see some severe thunderstorm activity pop up and warnings come up. And just north of Fairfield, right under the banner, you see a large hail core there. So if you're in the eastern part and central parts of Butler County, you may be picking up some big hail. And then we just zoom out. Ashley already mentioned the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect only for Ripley County. Now we go back to Ashley with the latest.
Yeah, so we are talking about that storm moving to the east. So here are the locations that it would impact here rather shortly. So Versailles in the next several minutes, if it's not already impacting you in Versailles, but I've really just focused on kind of the central portions of that storm. It would be in Dillsborough at 3:58, in Manchester at 4:07. Again, moving almost straight east. So Lawrenceburg, you will see this storm rather shortly. Parts of northern Boone County also going to see some impacts. Now it might not be quite that strong once it gets to you. But we definitely have an atmosphere here in the tri-state that is primed for some of these severe storms. And of course, that tornado watch ongoing until 10 o'clock. So tornadoes not out of the question either. And we say that we're in the bullseye for this, and it really is true. Even from the Storm Prediction Center, we're right smack dab in the middle of the area that is going to see the greatest threat for these severe storms through the rest of the day today. Now watch what happens here through the rest of this evening. We actually see the last round of wet weather, of stormy weather, moving in between about 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and then finally exiting the region completely by 10 o'clock. Tomorrow we're dry. Friday, more rain on the way. So we will see that chance for showers return pretty quickly. So again, we're still talking about really with Friday, even though we don't expect really heavy rain on Friday, flooding will still be a concern because we're getting heavy rain today. We've already had rain earlier this week, so that's going to be an ongoing problem. Temperatures right now 70s to near 80, but it is humid, and that humidity also helps to fuel these storms. Dew points are in the upper 60s to near 70, and that is definitely enough to allow for some of those storms to be strong. But right now, 76 in Florence, 78 in Dry Ridge, Milford at 79, Mason at 80 degrees. Spotty storms, but strong storms through the rest of this evening. Between about 8 and 9 p.m., everything moves off to the east. And then by Friday, just scattered showers possible, not anticipating thunderstorms on Friday, and dry weather for the weekend. So if you have outdoor plans, it looks like the weather will cooperate with those. So again, we are talking about temperatures in the 70s for the next several days. Cool mornings on the way as well. And then we see hot weather next week. Look at that, temperatures climbing into the 90s. Always a handy tool to have, but especially when we have severe weather in the area, is the First Alert Weather app. And it's always a free download. You can use that QR code there on your screen for easy download to your smart device. Amber?
All right, thank you, Ashley. All right, so could a bear and a coyote be friends? Well, we have the experts weighing in on what these two furry friends could be up to.
Hey. Life is full of adventure. Don't let joint pain get in your way. Take Baptist Health's knee and hip pain assessment to find out how well your joints are functioning and start taking steps toward life with less pain.
You got sparkling water.
Yeah, it's the new Fuji apple and white tea. It's caffeinated.
Kahan, I have a sip?
No, you said you didn't want anything.
No, I chahanj my mahan. Like.
Okay, well, tu bahan.
I'm gonna turn this kahar around.
Well, you can try, but we're bahar.
No, but can we stop talking like that for real? Can I have a sip? For real, though. Sahara sleep.
I got you.
Can I get an aha?
Aha.
Life is full of adventure. Don't let joint pain get in your way. Take Baptist Health's knee and hip pain assessment to find out how well your joints are functioning and start taking steps toward life with less pain.
And right now, taking a live look from our Toyota Storm Tracker. You can see right now it's heading west on 275 near Coleraine Township. And from the windshield there, you can see that rain. It looks like it's starting to wind down, just looking like a light sprinkle in this area at this point. But the clouds are still very dark. The roads are still a bit wet. So keep that in mind if you are heading out. And of course, we'll continue tracking the road conditions and the rain throughout the afternoon. All right, so how about this? An interesting pair of wild animals. They're caught on camera exploring together. So take a look. All right, so at the bottom of your screen, you can see a bear that's coming here. It waddles through a lakeside backyard in Minnesota, and not far behind comes a coyote. Now, some people have watched the video and they believe the two are friends, like something out of a storybook, but two experts say that it could be possible, but the coyote could also just be tagging along for the bear's leftovers. Smart coyote there, right? And of course, Ashley?
We are talking about a first alert weather day or tornado watch in effect for the entire tri-state until 10 o'clock. We are continuing to track these showers and thunderstorms across the area, and we'll have more coming up.
When you're working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving injury or death is a tough part of our job.
When you're driving, there's so much out of your control.
What we do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Those 2 seconds will give you the best chance of surviving a crash.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws?
It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
From Pikeville all the way to Paducah.
Please, always buckle up.
A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
When you're working traffic across eastern Kentucky, responding to crashes involving injuries or death is a tough part of our job. Having to notify a family member that their loved ones didn't make it, it's hard, really hard.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Those 2 seconds will give you the best chance of surviving a crash.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets, it's about saving lives.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all it takes. Please, always buckle up.
A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
This is a First Alert Weather Day.
That's right, a First Alert Weather Day, and thanks for joining us at 3:30 as we continue to cover the storms today with our team coverage this afternoon. Our Ashley Smith is tracking the rain from the First Alert Weather Center, and our Ethan Emery is in the Toyota Storm Tracker on 275, keeping an eye on the roads. You can see that rain is still coming down. So Ashley, right now the area is still under a tornado watch?
Yeah, that tornado watch will not expire until 10 p.m., of course, unless this situation does change. But for now, it is in effect for everyone across the tri-state. We have had one severe thunderstorm warning so far today as well, but just want to make sure that everybody knows that you are under the threat for tornadoes until 10 o'clock. Now, here's a look at radar right now. There is a lot going on the radar. We have actually kind of 3 different spots where we're watching, and it covers all 3 states. So we have that all of the action happening in northern Kentucky. We also have what was a severe thunderstorm warning there in parts of Ripley County. And then we also have, of course, the storms further off to the north. Want to talk about that storm here in Ripley County, a much smaller area under that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 3:45. Lots of lightning, heavy rain. Could be some hail embedded within that storm as well. And then another area of concern is actually as we look further off to the north in parts of Butler and Warren counties, we're also tracking this really strong thunderstorm that's moving through that region. And so to talk more about this storm that is in Butler and Warren counties, I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer to talk about that in detail. Steve?
Well, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, I've been watching very closely the stuff that's in Butler and Warren counties, and if we take this full screen, you'll be able to see it at home a little bit better. What we're going to do here, we're going to zoom on in to Butler and Warren counties, and what you're going to find is that you see the bright spots there. There's one just southeast of Hamilton, one just north of Liberty Township, and one right around 741 there to the west of Lebanon. Those are hail cores. So actually what we have here, we have 3 thunderstorms that are kind of merging into one big complex and under any one of those areas. So we're talking about southeast of Hamilton, just to the west of 747, along Route 4 and 73 north of Liberty Township, and just south of, just near near Route 741, I should say, in the area west of Lebanon in Warren County, you could see hail. Now, the hail reports that have come in from these storms only in southeast Indiana out of our viewing area, but at one point we did have hail that was 1.75 inches in diameter. You see radar just updated. It looks like the storms may be settling it down because the first 2 hail cores, the ones in Butler County, have disappeared, but the one is still very strong to the northwest and west of Lebanon. So be aware that any of these storms could bring some heavy rainfall, dangerous lightning, of course, and large damaging hail. Ashley?
Yeah, we are, of course, talking about another area of concern, and that's in northern Kentucky. You see a lot of heavy rain and lightning showing up here. It's moving through parts of Pendleton County. You see in Bracken County, and then crossing over the Ohio River into Brown County. You see some of those storms near Georgetown right now. That's all moving from south to north, and of course, Maysville, a really strong thunderstorm there as well with a lot of lightning. We're going to anticipate watching this next line of showers. It's starting to move into southeastern Indiana. That's also impacting parts of Ripley County, also moving into parts of Switzerland and eventually Ohio counties as well. So we will be watching all of this action on radar through the rest of this evening. Lots of lightning right now and heavy rain, but as far as severe, any kind of reports of severe weather, we have not seen that locally yet, but of course that could change as we head through the rest of the day. So from now until about 8 p.m. is going to be the strongest storms, but the tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. and all modes of severe weather are on the table, everything from tornadoes to hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. Right now, our meteorologist Ethan Emery is in the Toyota Storm Tracker. He's on 275 at the intersection of I-74. Ethan, what's going on there?
So, yeah, Ashley, we are looking at some very heavy rainfall coming down. We're kind of like right on the edge of it, but we're going to show you the front view of the Toyota Storm Tracker, where one thing we've noticed in particular is that when this rain comes down, immediately steam kind of comes off of the roadway as well as the hills. And that's causing some reduced visibility, which you can take a look now in the distance. There is quite a bit of visibility being reduced due to this heavy rainfall. And we're going to be tracking westbound towards Harrison, right along I-275. And again, we are looking at wet roads now. Nothing too much of concern. In fact, traffic has lightened up a little bit here on I-275 westbound, just to the west of Cleves. But nonetheless, though, we are looking at continuing showers and reduced visibility for that travel. But again, we are looking at this very closely. And we'll be posting updates on social media as well as continue to monitor road and conditions here in the tri-state. Reporting the Toyota Storm Tracker, Fox 19 Now meteorologist Ethan Emery.
All right, thank you, Ethan, and be careful out there. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. But Today's a perfect day just to download that free First Alert Weather app, and that will allow you to track the rain in your area along with any changes that may come. And you can just do it right from your phone by scanning that QR code. And again, we'll continue to watch the road and the weather for you throughout the afternoon. Also breaking now, an Ohio police officer accused of running over a man who had been shot would not face any charges. The Attorney General announced that a short time ago. A grand jury did not indict her. Jessica Schmidt is at the Alert Desk. So what's the latest in this?
So, Amber, this is the case of Eric Cole out of Springfield, Ohio. The Attorney General and some other state officials say they reviewed the Springfield Police Department and the Ohio State Highway Patrol's investigations, and they now say they don't believe this case is criminal. This is what they do believe happened June 13th, 2021 in Springfield. They say Eric Cole and his girlfriend got in a fight and Cole became violent. She broke up with Cole, and Cole continued texting her, threatening violence. Investigators say Cole, with a gun in hand, started driving around the city looking for her. They say he fired his weapon in some neighborhoods several times, ultimately hitting and injuring another man. A homeowner then shot back at him, hitting Cole in the arm. Investigators say Cole was not seriously hurt by that bullet wound, but later called 911, telling dispatchers that he was laying in the street dying. While on that call, a cruiser that was driven by Springfield officer Amanda Rosales ran over Cole, who was indeed laying in the street. State officials say that Cole died from being struck by that vehicle. The officer reported that she did not see him in the road because she was looking at addresses on nearby houses.
They did present charges to the grand jury. Charges included reckless vehicular homicide and negligent vehicular homicide. Again, the grand jury decided not to indict Officer Rosales or anyone else in conjunction with his death.
Also said today they don't believe the officer was speeding when this happened. The Attorney General says this could end up being a civil case now that they're not filing criminal charges. At the Alert Desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Also right now, a man is in critical condition after getting shot outside of the Little Caesars Pizza restaurant in Hartwell. And this is what that scene looked like around 6:30 last night. And Cincinnati police say that man is a Little Caesars employee and he was shot in the leg. Right now, they're still trying to figure out if that shooting happened during a robbery or if it was connected to something else.
New at 4, more on the twins found sweaty, thirsty, and filthy in the backseat of a van while two adults were allegedly passed out in the front seat. The new charges that they face are coming up.
And today, a First Alert Weather Day. Right now, giving you a live look from our Toyota Storm Tracker. I believe it's on 275. You can still see that rain coming down, and those roads are just very wet right now. We'll continue watching these conditions throughout the tri-state. Again, today, a first alert are going to be heading out on the road. This is what you can see if you're going to be heading down 275. Right now you can see the dark clouds. It looks like the rain kind of calmed down in this area. We did see some heavier rain a little short time ago, but we'll continue to watch these conditions and we'll let you know if we do see any major problems on the road. Also right now, Cincinnati police are looking for 2 young suspects after a car was broken into and over the Rhine. And police shared this photo of the boys that you see there. Now, witnesses told police that the 2 busted out the rear window of a car, which you can see in that photo there. And police say that the juveniles could be connected to other car break-ins in the area. And later that day, property was taken from inside the car, but police say that it's still undetermined if it was the same group that you see here in these pictures. If you do have any information, give police a call. Right now, police are also looking for these men. Now, they say that they're wanted in connection with a theft that happened on Short Vine back in February. And the victim told police a suspect took her credit card and made several purchases. Now, police say that the 2 suspects used the stolen card at multiple locations, including Kroger and K Jewelers. If you do recognize either of these men, give police a call.
And we are continuing to track some severe weather across parts of the tri-state. Still have 1 severe thunderstorm warning in Ripley County, and we're also continuing to watch the tornado watch across the entire tri-state until 10 o'clock this evening. We'll talk more about these storms coming up right after the break.
First alert weather day, we're continuing to check the conditions across the tri-state. So this is the radar right there you see on your screen. We also have a live look of 275 at Hamilton Avenue. And that's where you can see that rain is coming down and the roads are very wet. We're not seeing any traffic issues, but again, you want to take it slow in these areas that you are seeing that heavy rain. And again, we're going to continue to watch all these conditions and we'll have the latest from Ashley coming up. Also today is World Oceans Day, and the Newport Aquarium is celebrating this year by highlighting the importance of conservation. And today, the aquarium is teaching visitors about the important role that sharks play in maintaining healthy oceans. And the aquarium says that man-made problems are the biggest threat to sharks and our oceans. And that's why visitors will learn about the simple, good choices that they can make to protect the ocean and the animals that live in it. And you can visit the aquarium today to learn more. Okay, so have you seen this? The Masked Singer national tour made a stop in the Queen City at the Taft Theater last night, and a special guest made an appearance, so let's see who it is. That's right, our very own Frank Marzullo was unmasked as the boombox last night as part of the Masked Singer live. He sang Friends in Low Places by Garth Brooks, and the tour stars former Masked Singer contestant Natasha Bedingfield. Now, season 8 of the Masked Singer will debut in September right here on Fox 19 Now. And we promise Frank will not be singing again. But he didn't sound bad, right? He sounded pretty good. He did. Ashley said he didn't, but I think he said it didn't sound bad. Also trending now, Johnny Depp. He joins TikTok, and two comedy kings are teaming up for a new special. Ashley Dvorkin has those stories and more in today's Hollywood Nation.
The Rockford Peaches get ready to play ball, comedians unite, and Depp expands his social media presence in the Hollywood Nation. Johnny Depp is officially on TikTok. The 58-year-old actor joined the platform days after winning his defamation case against ex-wife Amber Heard. He posted his first video Tuesday, a montage of himself, and in the caption, thanked fans for their support, adding, quote, "We will all move forward together." Heard responded to his message by releasing a statement saying, quote, "As Johnny Depp says he's moving forward, women's rights are moving backward. The verdict's message to victims of domestic violence is be afraid to stand up and speak out." Depp already has over 5 million followers. Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle are teaming up for a special show across the pond. The comedians, who were both attacked on stage in separate incidents this year, will co-headline a stand-up comedy special at the O2 Arena in London September 3rd.
I saw a sign in the sky. I'm ready.
In today's First Looks, a female Comanche Nation warrior goes up against an invisible killer in the first official trailer to Prey, the prequel to the Predator franchise set 300 years in the past. It premieres on Hulu August 5th. And Amazon Prime Video released the trailer to its TV adaptation of A League of Their Own. The reboot series is based on the 1992 hit film about the real-life All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. That premieres August 12th. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
I was a slave until I died. Then I was reborn a god. My son sacrificed his life to save me. Now, I kneel before no one.
Ooh, looks pretty good. That's your first look at the upcoming DC Comics movie, Black Adam. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson stars in the film as Black Adam. And nearly 5,000 years after he was given the almighty powers of the Egyptian gods, Adam is freed from an earthly tomb, ready to unleash his unique form of justice on the modern world. Now, the film hits theaters October 21st.
It's hard to believe that's based on a real story. No, like life. So good afternoon, I'm Trisha Mackey. Here's what we're working on for 4. The biggest story happening right now is the weather. So our live team coverage is going to continue at 4. Steve and Ashley are going to join us talking about the strong storms, including a chance for a tornado. We're also going to continue to show you the Toyota Storm Tracker, show how the roads are looking heading on into this evening. Plus, we have reason to celebrate today. Our own Betsy Ross will receive a Silver Circle Award from the Emmys. That honors people who have been in broadcasting for more than 25 years. She's going to join us at 4 to talk about her very, very impressive career. So those stories, much more, coming up at 4.
Look forward to seeing all of that. All right, thank you, Trisha. And of course, our big story of the day, the first alert weather day. And so this is what we're seeing out here in a lot of areas. It's those dark clouds and heavy rains, Ashley. And so how long are we going to be seeing this?
Yeah, we do anticipate the storms will continue kind of in a scattered off and on fashion until about 8 p.m. and then rain could linger until about 10 p.m. So we are still talking about hours left to be monitoring radar. Right now, everybody included in that tornado watch, that is the only watch, warning, or advisory that we have in effect for the tri-state right now, but it goes until 10 p.m. Oftentimes, the National Weather Service, once we get closer to 10 p.m., they'll start to cancel that a little bit earlier. I do anticipate that would happen, but just keep in mind the threat is there through the rest of this afternoon and into the evening hours. We have been watching a couple of different areas where these storms have been rather strong. Of course, there's been heavy rain and a lot of lightning in any of the storms, but there's also been some reports of hail just outside of our viewing area. Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer is going to talk more about that. Steve?
Yeah, well, thank you, Ashley. As a matter of fact, things are just not developing very rapidly at the present time. We have rotation in a number of the storms. We also have hail indicated, but we just don't have a lot of damage reports, and actually that's a good thing. So what we're going to do here, we're going to turn on the weather toolbox, and we're going to kind of take a look at what's going on. Ashley mentioned outside of our viewing area, so if we zoom off to the south and west, you'll see that those two little circles there, those are hail report icons. And we can take a look at those by doing a query, and you can see that the one right there down around Hayden, Indiana, 1.75-inch hail was estimated from radar there. And then the other one was 0.7 of an inch hail that was basically from the possibility of, actually from an observer there. Now, if we go off to the east, you can see just to the southwest of Lawrenceburg, you can see another one of those little bright splotches. That's another spot where there may be some hail. And we're also watching up to the north and west. We're watching up around Millhausen, a hail core up there along with some rotation in that storm that is right along the Decatur, Ripley County line, heading north and eastward right toward Batesville and Interstate 74. So the two things we're concerned about right now, the hail core and the possibility of some big hail in Dearborn County, also on the Ripley County, Decatur County line, heading up toward Batesville, another area where there could be some hail and some damaging winds. Well, if there are any other warnings that come up, we're going to let you know right away. Now back to Ashley.
Yes, we are, of course, continuing to monitor not only what's happening across the tri-state, but what's headed toward the tri-state. So look at what's happening here off to the west. I think this would be the next area of concern that you see. It's still even west of Bloomington. This line is going to continue to develop, and you can see that's already what's happening as it pushes further to the east. That is the actual cold front, and that's going to bring us kind of the last round of storms later this evening. And so don't let your guard down yet, because we still anticipate some stronger thunderstorms over the next several hours. Steve already talked about all of this really heavy rain in parts of Dearborn County there near Lawrenceburg. Cincinnati dry right now, but barely. There is more rain on the way. And then some really heavy rain you see here in eastern portions of the viewing area, including parts of Claremont County, Brown County. You go even into Adams County, parts of Mason and Lewis County, seeing some heavy rain in northern Kentucky as well. You notice that the tornado watch extends all the way across parts of southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, of course, and a large portion of southern Indiana. But we're kind of in the bullseye for that potential of severe weather. And that's exactly what the Storm Prediction Center is saying as well. What they do, kind of more in depth to show you this graphic, they highlight what do you have the greatest threat for? Wind, hail, tornadoes. And wind and hail are about the same percentage coming from the Storm Prediction Center. It's a pretty high chance. And tornadoes actually have a decent chance as well. Not quite as high as the wind and hail, but still there is that chance for some of those tornadoes throughout the rest of the day today as well. Watch the timeline. So we watch those storms continue to move through 8 p.m. Most of us are seeing improved conditions, but still a few showers until about 10 p.m. Dry all day tomorrow before more rain moves in on Friday. Right now, upper 70s, low 80s, of course, cooler where we've seen the rain, but either way, it is warm and humid outside. Storms continue again. All the models really showing by about 8 p.m. they're east of the city, and then 10 p.m. most of us are dry, and then here comes the rain again on Friday. So still active weather for at least another couple of days, but at least tomorrow is going to be dry. That 7-day forecast shows you that we do have dry weather tomorrow before scattered showers return Friday, and dry weather for the weekend as well. That first alert weather app, always a handy tool, especially during any kind of severe weather across the area. Use that QR code there on your screen for easy download. And we'll be back with more team coverage on this first alert weather day coming up.
Life is full of adventure. Don't let joint pain get in your way. Take Baptist Health's knee and hip pain assessment to find out how well your joints are functioning and start taking steps toward life with less pain.
Today, I am officially $11,754 in credit card debt. They, my teaching assistant, turned me on to Tally. Tally gave me a low-interest line of credit to pay off my high-interest credit cards, so I'm getting out of debt faster. Get out of debt up to 2 times faster with Tally.
If you think thicker and fuller hair is unattainable, think again. For over 25 years, millions of women have regrown their hair with Viviscal. Our hair growth supplement is 100% drug-free and proven effective in 10 clinical studies, with 92% of women noticing thicker hair. The hair you want is within reach. Viviscal. Reclaim the hair that makes you fully you.
Well, developing now, the back and forth battle for eastern Ukraine seems to be tipping in Moscow's favor. And Moscow says that it now controls 97% of Luhansk region and about 50% of the Donbass region. Now, the Ukrainians aren't disputing that claim, but they say the numbers don't tell the entire story. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says that their forces are making strategic withdrawals in some areas, but counterattacking in others, forcing Russia to deploy more soldiers. That's it for the 3 o'clock. Fox 19 Now at 4 starts now.
From the station that's always local, always now, this is Fox 19 Now at 4 with Trisha Mackey.
Well, the Tri-State is dealing with more storms. You can see behind me, brand new video right here sent to us from a viewer in Fairfield. And unfortunately, we're right now underneath a tornado watch. Good afternoon. I'm Trisha Mackey, and we have live team coverage on this First Alert Weather Day. Meteorologist Ethan Emery is live at the Toyota Storm Tracker, tracking the road conditions for us. Ashley Smith and the Chief Steve Horsemeyer, they're in studio. They're tracking the system of storms. So let's kick it off with Ashley.
Yeah, and we are, of course, with that viewer video in Fairfield is always very helpful. So if you can safely do that, you can submit those at fox19.com/pics. And it's nice to see what's happening in other parts of the viewing area. The storm tracker out there is nice as well, but we can't get everywhere. So if you can do that safely, we appreciate it. Tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. for everybody in the viewing area. We expect these storms to continue. The strongest storms until about 8 p.m. and then even showers will be possible until about 10. But we are anticipating anticipating all modes of severe weather will be possible, from tornadoes to winds, damaging winds, hail, and of course some very heavy flooding rains will be possible within any of these storms. Lots going on radar right now. Lots of lightning showing up too. That always needs to be taken seriously. You can see one of those areas of some really heavy rain moving toward Lawrenceburg right now. That's going to push toward the Cincinnati area here in minutes. Probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes, you'll see some of those storms. This is all moving kind of from west to east, but also from south to north. So we have this kind of spin in the atmosphere that's working in, but these particular cells that I showed you there near Lawrenceburg are moving to the east. But what we're really watching is this line that's actually continuing to develop east of Bloomington right now. That would be the cold front that could bring us the chance for some of those stronger storms later this evening. So don't let your guard down yet. We are talking about a couple of different areas, as I mentioned, with those strong storms. No severe storms in effect right now, but we have had reports of some large hail just west of the viewing area. To talk more about what's happening around the tri-state, I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer, who's going to detail some of those storms for us. Steve?
Well, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, we've been looking at this very closely. Most of the action has been over southeast Indiana and up in Butler County, but there is some activity developing to the south and east here down over parts of Brown, Adams. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn on the weather toolbox, and then we're going to head on to the south and east of the metro area. And you can see that from Batavia south of Bethel, a band of showers and thunderstorms. Doesn't show like there's much activity there. If we look at Adams County, notice West Union, to the south of West Union, right there along the Ohio River, not far from Manchester. There's a hail core there. That storm's got some rotation. We're watching that for a possible warning. And then north of Brooksville is a storm that's not too strong. So the only two hail cores you can see on this view right now, the one near Lawrenceburg in southeast Indiana, we had eastward, some storms in Batavia, but not severe. Brooksville, that storm was a little bit of concern. The one of most concern, though, is south of West Union in Adams County near Manchester along the Ohio River. That we're going to keep a very close eye on. But right now, no warnings in effect. We're going to go out to Ethan Emery. Ethan's been in the storm tracker. He's a meteorologist, so he knows what he sees. Ethan, tell us what you've been encountering out there.
Well, Steve, we are encountering some very heavy rainfall right now. I'll let you see it right now. In front of the Toyota Storm Tracker, we just passed the Greendale-Lawrenceburg exit for US 50 on I-275 in southeastern Indiana. And again, very heavy rainfall. We've been talking about this, bringing in some very reduced visibility. And we're driving a little bit slower right now, which if you're traveling this evening, very good idea to do so, because hydroplaning, very easy in these kind of conditions, because that water is standing on the roadways and this truck is pulling in front of us. We're getting some rain splash off of the roadway, and that just makes it even more difficult to see. And this particular storm, though it's not severe, it is producing some very heavy rainfall near Greendale and Lawrenceburg, where we're traveling now. Again, we're traveling northbound on I-275, trying to keep an eye on these road conditions. And again, though, a lot of standing water, reduced visibility, and we're taking our time traveling on this roadway. You should too. And we're going to keep an eye on this on the First Alert weather app. And we're also looking at, again, just more of this shower and some activity, which for now we'll send back over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer, who has more on that.
Well, thank you, Ethan. Yeah, just as I was tossing it to Ethan out in the storm tracker, I was telling you about the storm down in Adams County. Just as I tossed to Easton, they put out the severe thunderstorm warning I told you was going to come up here. And now if you take a look at this full screen, what you'll be able to see here is you're going to be able to see that that's a big, powerful storm. Notice right near Rome, just to the northeast of Rome, that little bright spot, that's the hail core. So if you're along the Ohio River in southern parts of Adams County, you're going to get some big hail. That also extends over into the northern part of Lewis County. So right along the Ohio River, all the way across Adams County, includes Blue Creek, includes West Union, includes Rome, all the little communities along the Ohio River there, and the rural northern parts there of Lewis County under that severe thunderstorm warning. Now we can do a query on this using the toolbox, and that severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 4:45 for Adams and Lewis counties, and again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and large hail. Now we go over to Ashley.
Yeah, and it's not even a really large storm, but hey, it's packing quite a punch as it moves off to the east. It is, the National Weather Service says that this is moving off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So here are the towns that would be impacted by this storm. So that would be in Stout at 429, Sunshine at 439, and in Garrison at 504. So again, as it continues to move off to the east at about 25 miles per hour, of course, all of those areas kind of exiting our viewing area, moving closer to the Portsmouth area. But either way, you are still going to deal with those really strong gusty winds of upwards of 60 miles per hour. And of course, you could have some large hail embedded within that storm. They're saying it's moving off to the east. It's a bit of a northeast kind of movement on this storm. If you're in Vanceburg, chances are you will have at least some impact from this storm, even if you're just hearing some of that thunder, because there is a lot of lightning embedded within that storm cell as well. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning does go until 4:45 this evening. It is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect right now, but just want to remind folks that the entire viewing area under that tornado watch until 10 p.m. So we are anticipating more storms on the way. And I mentioned earlier in the newscast that this is the line, this is the cold front that will move through later this evening, and it could bring us some more severe storms. And look at this, sure enough, it's west of our viewing area, but near Columbus, Indiana, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for there. So that's what we can anticipate as these storms continue to race off to the east and impact us here in the tri-state. So again, just want to reiterate, there is a severe thunderstorm warning right now for parts of Adams and Lewis counties until 4:45 p.m. That is this storm that you see here into kind of the southeastern portions of the viewing area. Adams and Lewis County, at least the northern part of Lewis County, included in that as well. It does not include Tollsboro, just north of Tollsboro, but it is right along the Ohio River, and even more numerous lightning starting to show up. I actually think they've kind of expanded this area a little bit further to the east, so it does include Blue Creek as well. Again, until 4:45 this evening. That's the only warning we have right now, but we do still have that tornado watch in effect all the way through 10 p.m. this evening, so we'll continue to track it for you here. Tricia, for now, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Ashley. Remember, the best way to track the storms is that First Alert Weather app. You can scan the QR code right there. You can download it for free, and we'll be right back.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
That's an original cologne for men. Available now at Walmart.
Fox 19 Now, sponsored by WXIX. Life's best moments start here. Now, Tricia Mackey and meteorologist Ashley Smith. You're watching Fox 19 Now.
Here is a live look at 275 from the Toyota Storm Tracker. We just crossed into Ohio from Indiana. Got to take it slow. Storms are going to pick up in the tri-state. We're going to check in with the First Alert weather team in just a minute. Some new info for you now. New charges have been filed against 2 people who police say were found passed out in a van with drug paraphernalia. Twin toddlers were also found in the back seat. Ken Brown's been looking into the case. He joins us live in Monroe with the very latest charges. Are they new charges here, Ken?
Yeah, so initially there were child endangering charges filed on Monday. Within the last 24 hours, Monroe police behind me have added to those charges for both suspects in this case, both of them adding a disorderly conduct with an intoxication specification charge to their list of charges that they're already facing in this case. The mother of the children also added a drug paraphernalia charge. Both Justin Simpson and Stephanie Sandlin were scheduled to be in court for a continued arraignment this afternoon. Now, Sandlin is looking at a $2,000 bond, and Simpson's facing a $5,000 bond, according to court filings. And records show police found drugs in the car, and the toddlers in the back seat were said to be sitting in fast food scraps. Police noted in court filings the children were sweaty, thirsty, and filthy. The 911 call in this case was just released, and according to the caller, he just found the 2 on his property.
I have a late model Honda Odyssey van blocking egress and ingress into my driveway. It is running right now, and it looks like there's somebody in the car passed out.
Again, Sandlin's court documents indicate that the children are in fact hers, and that call to police came in at 6:15 a.m. on Monday morning. Reporting live in Monroe, Ken Brown, Fox 19 Now.
And on this First Alert Weather Day, we are still talking about a tornado watch in effect for the entire tri-state and also watching for some severe storms. There is a warning right now in effect for parts of Adams and Lewis County until 4:45. We'll talk more about other storms headed our way across the tri-state coming up.
Stetson Original Cologne for Men. Available now at Walmart.
Here's another live look at the radar. So that is a line of storms impacting the tri-state. The yellow on the radar showing the tornado watch. The orange in the bottom showing a thunderstorm warning. And in that little box, that's a look at downtown right now, where it's pretty clear. We're going to check in with Ashley and Steve with your 4 forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Americans impacted by gun violence, including a 4th grader who survived the Texas school shooting, are testifying before Congress today. Jessica Schmidt has more.
Tricia, so the House is set to start debating legislation called the Protecting Our Kids Act. And ahead of that, family members of victims of some of the recent mass shootings, the one in Buffalo, the one in Texas, are talking to the House Oversight Committee. They're asking lawmakers to act quickly and pass what they're calling gun reform. Some of today's testimony has been emotional. An 11-year-old who lived through the Uvalde school shooting spoke during that House hearing on gun violence. Maya Sirio told Congress through a pre-recorded video what she had to do in order to survive. We also heard from a parent whose child survived the recent mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo.
When I went to the backpacks, he shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and I put it all over me.
Thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need you to stand with us in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, and be ready to go to work and help us to create the change that this country so desperately needs.
So House Democrats say they're working fast to tighten gun laws, and they say they hope hearing from survivors will sway those who are skeptical. But some Republicans say they believe that any new federal action will violate the Second Amendment.
Today, the House is voting to pass common sense gun safety legislation, which is a crucial first step in addressing this crisis.
Knee-jerk reactions to impose gun control policies that seek to curtail our constitutional right to bear arms are not the answer.
So the Protecting Our Kids Act does include change, like raising the minimum age for buying automatic weapons from 18 years old to 21 years old, banning what is called ghost guns, and limiting magazine sizes. Now, again, Tricia, they're just starting to talk about this, so they haven't actually made any movement on that, but obviously we'll keep you posted if they do anything with that package of bills.
Sounds good. Jessica, thanks. Here's a live look at the Toyota Storm Tracker. It's on 275 in Cleves. Kind of ugly. Yeah. So I know Ashley and Steve, they've been working on this. They're tag teaming it to figure out what's going on, how long the storms are going to stick around. Ashley, we're going to kick it off with you.
Yeah, this is such an evolving situation.
It is. But this is what our newsroom always looks like. We're always doing something. People are always walking around.
Right.
You guys are really busy. So what's the latest?
I didn't know we were going to be like that. But yeah, so Steve and I are very busy tracking these storms, but also talking about what's headed our way, because it's not so much what's happening now is what's going to happen that it also gives us some reason for concern. And remember the last time we were on, Steve said there might be a warning here in Adams County, and within seconds there was. So that warning is still ongoing until 4:45. That's for Adams and actually a northern part of Lewis County as well. But look at this radar. There's a lot going on. So right now inside the 275 loop, some very heavy rain falling, especially near Miami Township. Could be some hail embedded within that storm pushing east of Lawrenceburg right now. A large portion of Boone County from Hebron to Florence. Really heavy rain east of Rising Sun. This is all moving off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. Again, want to show you that cluster of some lightning showing up right now. That's in Adams County again. Lots of lightning falling within these, are being reported within these storms as well. And of course, you can see kind of right along the Ohio River is where you're seeing the heaviest rain and perhaps the strongest winds. But I mentioned it's really what's coming our way. And you see there are some warnings ongoing right now just outside of the viewing area. And that's what really has us concerned that there could be potentially a tornado warning issued for parts of the tri-state here rather shortly. And that's where Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer is going to take over and tell us more about that storm that could be headed our way. Steve?
Well, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, we're looking to the north and west here. So here's Fayette, Union Counties, homes of Connersville and Liberty, Franklin County, and right up here outside of our viewing area is the storm we want to look at. So if we can look at that full screen, and we're going to zoom in there, and we're going to show you that the radar is kind of covering the warning that's up there, but you see the rain just west of Fayette County, so west of Liberty there in Union County. And what we have to do here to see that warning, we kind of have to take the rain off of it. And it looks like the warning is covered up by right now by the watch, but you can just see it in behind it. And actually I can do a query and we can find out exactly what they're seeing. We look at that warning, And if the box pops up here, it's a tornado warning that's in effect. The storm is moving off to the east-northeast, so we're anticipating that that particular tornado warning may be extended, there we go, until 4:45 for Rush County. Now, that is just to the west of Fayette County, Indiana, and that will continue to move to the east. So we're anticipating that the National Weather Service in Wilmington, which is in charge of Fayette County, Indiana, may issue a tornado warning for the Connorsville area and for parts of Fayette County, Indiana. That tornado warning that you see is issued by the Indianapolis Weather Service office. They are in charge, basically, of the area out of our viewing area toward the west. Now, we also have some additional activity going on. If we take a look at this down around Greensburg, Indiana. So I changed the tool here, zoom into the area just to the west of Greensburg, and so you can see that at Bethany on the west side of Interstate 65, there's another hail core that's moving toward Columbus, Indiana. All that's out of our viewing area, but that's moving north and eastward at a good clip, and that stuff is going to head on into Decatur County, so we anticipate some more hail, some more potential severe thunderstorm warnings for the Decatur County area coming up in a few minutes. And then just south of our viewing area, outside of Ripley County, on the right there, you see HOLT, that's Holton, Indiana. We have quite a few reports of hail, and some of those hail reports look like this. 1.75-inch hail estimated from radar. The second one is 0.7 of an inch hail near Squire Lake. That was actually observed, and the other one there is another 1.75-inch hail report, and that is from the area right around Hayden, Indiana, and all those outside of our viewing area. So if we zoom back out here, you can see that there's lots of activity moving into the Fox 19 Now viewing area across Boone, Kenton, Campbell counties on into Hamilton, and now we go back to Ashley for more on all this activity.
Yeah, and of course we are anticipating, as I mentioned, more severe storms to be issued, severe thunderstorm warnings, perhaps tornado warnings to be issued over the next several hours. And of course, that's always something that we will be watching for you, but of course you can track as well using the First Alert weather app. So we'll be, of course, monitoring that situation for you and sending out those alerts as well using the app. Just wanted to show you the 7-day forecast so you know what's to come. So tomorrow is going to be dry and rather pleasant. 76 degrees for your high with partly cloudy skies. Scattered showers possible on Friday, but dry weather for the weekend. It's going to be a really nice weekend here in the tri-state. And then it gets hot next week. Definitely some pool weather with highs getting up to 90 for the first time this year. Hey, we always want to make sure that you have that way to get those alerts. The First Alert weather app is the best way to do that. It will follow you to your current location and alert you if there's any kind of bad weather in your area. And of course, it's always a handy thing to have with you if you're traveling as well. Trisha?
Thanks, Ashley. Today, we are celebrating a big accomplishment. Betsy Ross is winning a prestigious award for her dedication to the TV business. We're going to talk to her about what it means to her coming up. We're also keeping an eye on the roads. Here is a live look at 71 at Red Bank Road. Traffic okay, but we're starting to see some more rain and wind headed our way. We'll keep you posted on that.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on.
No smile.
No smile? Oh, man. I thought I was smiling. Let me show you around the shop today. Maybe?
No smile.
Still no smile? No. I should have just made it. I should have made it more natural walking, turning out. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care. Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on. I take pride in the service we're providing our neighbors and friends here in Somerset. Whether you need an oil change or a major repair, our ASC mechanics will get the job done. You can count on us to do the job right and to do you right. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care.
This is Dave. He realized getting internet from one company and TV from multiple providers was costing him a lot. So Dave switched to Spectrum and saved with internet and TV from $49.99 per month each. Spectrum Internet with fast starting speeds includes a free modem, and Spectrum TV with over 125 channels and 85,000 on-demand titles. Now, Dave saves a ton. Switch to Spectrum Internet and TV.
Writing is believing, and Metro is doing everything it can to make a believer out of you by reinventing how it serves its writers, including better buzz frequency, shorter trip times, 24/7 service on high ridership routes, increased daily service, including weekends, and more amenities like buses with free Wi-Fi and charging ports, and new shelters and transit centers. Become a believer. Go to ridingmetro.com and sign up for a free ride. Riding is believing, and Metro is doing everything it can to make a believer out of you. Better frequency, shorter trip times, 24/7 service, more daily service, and new amenities like free Wi-Fi. Go to ridingmetro.com for a free ride. Metro, riding is believing.
It's the 21st century. You can get lattes and car rides and toilet paper instantly on a phone you unlock with your face. And if you had the Thumbtack app, you'd be able to hire people just as fast, like painters and cleaners and plumbers. Thumbtack's the app that finds local pros for you. It shows you prices, reviews, and when they're available. Now you can fix your house the same way you do everything else, with an app. Download Thumbtack today.
On this first alert weather day, our Toyota Storm Tracker is out and about checking out the roads for you. Ethan Emery is in the car. So Ethan, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Tricia, we are on I-74 eastbound. We're going towards the Coleraine Avenue exit, and you can see the view. It's just more heavy rainfall here in the tri-state. Haven't really heard any thunder, haven't seen any lightning, haven't seen really strong gusty winds, but again, though, heavy rainfall. A lot of rain spray coming up off the roadway, reduced visibility. And traffic right now moving okay, but we're keeping a close eye on those road conditions, and we'll let you know more as it develops. Here in the Toyota Storm Tracker, meteorologist Ethan Emery, Fox 19 Now.
Thanks, Ethan. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear signed 2 bills, he says, to help children who have been abused or neglected. We're going to break down what we know about it at the alert.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on.
No smile.
No smile? Oh, man. I thought I was smiling. Let me show you around the shop today. Maybe?
No smile.
Oh, still no smile? No. I should have just made it more natural walking, turning out. It's in our blood, and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care. Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on. I take pride in the service we're providing our neighbors and friends here in Somerset. Whether you need an oil change or a major repair, our ASC mechanics will get the job done. You can count on us to do the job right and to do you right. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care.
Riding is believing, and Metro is doing everything it can to make a believer out of you. Better frequency, shorter trip times, 24/7 service, more daily service, and new amenities like free Wi-Fi. Go to ridingmetro.com for a free ride. Metro, riding is believing. Riding is believing, and Metro is doing everything it can to make a believer out of you by reinventing how it serves its riders, including better bus frequency, shorter trip times, 24/7 service on high ridership routes, increased daily service, including weekends, and more amenities like buses with free Wi-Fi and charging ports, and new shelters and transit centers. Become a believer. Go to ridingmetro.com and sign up for a free ride.
From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
And this is a live look at the radar going on right now. As you can see, the entire tri-state right now is under a tornado watch. Strong storms are moving into our area. So we're going to write to the meteorologists in-house, the Chief Steve Horsemeyer and Ashley Smith. What's up, guys?
Yeah, so of course we are continuing to track these storms across the area. We now do have some reports of some large hail, especially across parts of the tri-state. We had a report of half-inch size hail. I believe that was near Brooksville, and that was from one of the storms that moved through northern Kentucky earlier. Right now, lots of areas. I was going to say a couple areas that we're seeing some really strong thunderstorms, but really there are multiple spots where we're watching very closely right now. So you see these storms continuing to move in from west to east to the area, Decatur County near Greensburg, some really heavy rains, lots of lightning showing up there as well. As far as southeastern Indiana, that's the only area where we really see a lot of that lightning showing up, but definitely some heavy rain as you see into parts of Union County and then into parts of Dearborn and Ripley counties as well. As far as the downtown Cincinnati area, you're going to see some really heavy rain here shortly with some thunder and lightning there as well, if you're not already seeing that, and we'll zoom in on that. So really heavy rain starting to move into the Cincinnati area. You can see this kind of splitting apart, but I think everybody is going to see that rain, especially near Columbia Township here rather shortly, into Anderson Township, and of course moving into Claremont County. Still have one severe thunderstorm warning. That is for parts of northern Lewis County and Brown County. That goes for another about 10 to 15 minutes until 4:45. Lots of lightning embedded there as well. And then we are watching that line off to the west because that could bring us some of the strongest storms we've seen so far today. You see it really just barely west of the tri-state. We already told you about that there is a tornado warning in effect for one county west of Fayette County. So it would be close to Connorsville here rather shortly. It's for Rush County, Indiana right now. But we are anticipating more storms on the way to the tri-state for the rest of this evening. But to talk about some of these storms and more of some of those reports from viewers and of course from the people out and about in the tri-state, I'm going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer.
Well, thank you, Ashley. And one note, just before we get to that, I just updated the Reds. We're the official weather provider for the Cincinnati Reds. So, Ashley, if you get a call from them, I told them it looks like they'll be able to get the game underway on time the way these are moving. Now, on radar, you can see lots and lots of activity, and we're beginning to pick up some storm reports here. So if we take this full screen, we'll start off in Adams County. That was the severe thunderstorm warning we told you that they were going to issue, and they did. And you can see that we have a couple of reports of damage or hail in Adams County. So there's just a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out. As soon as we get a little bit more information on that, we'll get right to it. As a matter of fact, let me zoom out here and take a look at it in more detail. That severe thunderstorm warning is just about, I'll tell you, I'm going to throw it back to Ashley here in just a second because she has better control over it. But there you see the severe thunderstorm warning includes parts of Boone, a good portion of Kenton, a good portion of Campbell, Anderson Township, and Hamilton County. And because Ashley is at the chroma key, we're going to send it back to her, and she'll be able to give you all the information on that. So, Ashley, what's this warning look like?
Yeah, so of course it's kind of the similar situation to what we've seen so far today. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those have not been confirmed, but that's the anticipation with these storms. Of course, lots of lightning and heavy rain and hail would be possible. So, Steve just mentioned the Reds. This technically, I believe, is just barely south of the ballpark, but boy, they're right on the fringe of that storm. So, this does include parts of Boone, Kenton, Campbell counties. Of course, it also does move into Claremont and Hamilton counties as well until 5:15. Now, the National Weather Service saying that this storm is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll put a track on this and show you where it would be moving next and who would be in the line of this storm. So that's also the hail. We've been talking about this throughout much of the afternoon, that when we see kind of these bright white spots on radar, that could indicate that there could be some hail embedded within these storms. So here again is the track. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. Man, that's some really heavy rain. And we've been saying that so much, not only today, but the past couple of days, because we've seen so much flooding rains across the area, as a matter of fact. But that quick kind, where the water comes up very quickly and then it recedes quickly as well. So a lot of those streams and creeks are already swollen. And of course, I'm sure your yard is pretty saturated as well. This storm would be in Taylor Mill by 4:48. So if you're along 275, you're definitely going to run into this storm. If you're driving along 71, it's just now now, moving east of 71, 75 there in Florence. It would be in Highland Heights at 4:56. If you're on the AA highway, you're definitely going to have an impact from this storm. And in Anderson Township at 5:14, New Richmond by 5:24. So moving east at 35 miles per hour gets it in and out pretty quickly. But of course, you also have to anticipate that you could have some damaging winds with this storm, as well as some of that very large hail. So again, it's for all of these counties that are shaded in the orange coloring here. It's just west of Batavia. For now, it could expand. The National Weather Service could expand this warning as we head into the afternoon. It does include New Richmond. You see here, of course, as we mentioned, Highland Heights for basically the northern half of Campbell County, Kenton, Boone County. It includes Florence, and it's already starting to move east of Florence at this time. But we can anticipate really the biggest report that we've seen so far today has been for all of that really heavy rain, but also some large hail across parts of the viewing area. So that is another thing to be aware of in any of these storms. Steve, do you have anything to add at this time, or should we go out to the storm track?
I just want to take a quick look at the reports we have from down in Adams County, since we've been talking about that big storm. So if we can look at that, go to Max 1 full screen, and I can zoom in on it, and we can take a look. First of all, there was some hail reported. 1.75 inch hail. That's large hail in diameter, just golf ball size hail in the West Union area, so just south of West Union. And in addition to that, we have westbound lane of US 52, which is along the Ohio River, is submerged in high water in the city of Manchester. So that's that severe thunderstorm warning that no longer includes Manchester, no longer includes where you see the warnings, but the westbound lane of US 52 underwater because of high water in Manchester, and then golf ball size hail. That can fall at 100 miles an hour, and that can hurt if it hits you in the head. It can actually kill you, and can put out windshields on cars. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues for the Blue Creek area and the far, far eastern part of Adams County. Doesn't look like it any longer includes any parts of Lewis County. Now let's go out to the storm tracker and meteorologist Ethan Emery. Busy here, Ethan? Are you busy too?
Not as busy as you guys are in the First Alert Weather Center, but yeah, in the Tortoise Storm Tracker, we've been tracking a lot of heavy rainfall. In fact, we were on I-75 southbound near Ezard's Charles. There was a vehicle that was stalled in the middle of the roadway. Not sure if that's weather-related or not, but nonetheless, so traffic is picking up. This time of the day, typically see that. But take a look at this. We're on the Big Mac Bridge on I-471. Traffic is slowing down as we're looking at more intense rain beginning to pick up now. A lot of rain splash, a lot of reduced visibility, and those roadways still continue to be wet, although at this time we have not seen any kind of flooded roadways to speak of. We really haven't seen any kind of lightning, nor have we heard thunder. But nonetheless, though, the biggest concern right now we've seen in the Toyota Storm Tracker is just the intense rainfall that has come down, and we are looking at a slowdown coming up here on I-471 near Alexandria and Newport. But yeah, we're going to be continuing to track these road conditions. You do want to take it easy. We did experience a little bit of hydroplaning earlier, just considering all the wet conditions on these roadways. But nonetheless, though, we're continuing to monitor these road conditions, and we'll give you the latest updates as often as necessary. We're reporting in Toyota Storm Tracker on I-471 near Newport. Meteorologist Ethan Emery, Fox 19 Now. Tricia?
Ethan, thanks. The best tool during the storms is to download that First Alert weather app. You can scan that QR code. You can download it on your phone for free. Then you get personalized audible alerts. You can check traffic. You can see weather in your area. Whatever you need to see weather-wise, it's there.
Riding is believing, and Metro is doing everything it can to make a believer out of you. Better frequency, shorter trip times, 24/7 service, more daily service, and new amenities like free Wi-Fi. Go to ridingmetro.com for a free ride. Metro, riding is believing.
Outdoor entertaining isn't the same without having your favorite music playing. Call the audio-video experts at Dr. Stereo and fill your backyard with outdoor speakers that blend right into your landscape. Enjoy a beautiful day outside and still catch the big game. Call Dr. Stereo today for an in-home consultation.
Here's a look at traffic for you. This is 75 right here at 3rd Street. Little raindrops on that camera right there. Stop and go traffic. It seems like that's kind of like the word of the day. Okay, the words of the day, stop and go. So just hang in there. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear just signed 2 bills designed to help children, he says, who have been abused or neglected. Jessica Schmidt has more.
So the governor signed Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 263. This happened at the Family and Children's Place in Louisville. That does now mean both of these are laws. So both Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 263 did get some support from the Kentucky House and Senate. Of course, that's what led to this point. Senate Bill 8 creates a uniform definition of child abuse and neglect. We're told it also gives teens who are aging out of the foster care system more opportunities. And Governor Beshear says the bill makes sure children who have been mistreated are able to get critical medical examinations. As for House Bill 263, we're learning that makes criminal abuse of a victim who is younger than 12 a Class B felony.
The bills increase punishments for adults who possess, view, and distribute child pornography. These bills, now laws, also extended the statute of limitations for misdemeanor sex offenses against children, something we fought for a long time. And they strengthen the background checks for employees and volunteers who work with children.
So now that those have both become a law, it's worth mentioning that the latest data from the Department of Health and Human Services Child Maltreatments Report ranks Kentucky as 5th in the United States for reported abuse and neglect cases. Beshear and other Kentucky lawmakers who push these forward say they hope these new laws will help change that. At the Alert Desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
And on this first solar weather day, we have a tornado watch in effect for the entire viewing area and a couple of different severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll talk more about what you can expect coming up.
For
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Here's a live look.
US 52 East.
Right now, it's US 52 Kellogg Avenue from the storm tracker right now. So take your time out there. Roads are wet. A lot of puddling on the road. We're going to check back in with the First Alert Weather Team in just a bit. All right, so that's the moment Betsy Ross was surprised. She just found out that she will receive a Silver Circle Award. Now, this award recognizes people who have devoted 25 years or more to the TV industry. And here's what she had to say right after the big surprise.
Totally surprised at all this. I thought I was coming here to work, of course, because there's always something going on here. But a total surprise, thrilled, a little bit like This Is Your Life. You see all these people that I've worked with and I've known over the years, and it's just an honor that everybody showed up. It's just so exciting.
Okay, now, truth be known, I nominated you.
Aww.
Because I love you, and I'm so impressed with you, and you were just, you're a groundbreaker, and you're a trailblazer, and you know that. You know it.
Well, we all stand on the shoulders of all those women who came before us, as you know.
Yeah, talk about it a little bit. So you actually were the first female broadcaster ever at ESPN.
Not the first female. There were several there. When I got to ESPN, they probably had, 50 some odd anchors, across all the platforms, and 5 of us were women out of 50 some odd. It was Robin Roberts and Chris McKendry and Linda Cohn, Pam Ward, and me.
Is that right?
And yeah, there were only 5 of us who were doing sports there. Of course, ESPN has added so many others.
That's true. Did you feel like there was a lot of pressure on you being a female back then?
I have to say, and everybody has read the books about ESPN and what a fraternity it was and what an animal house it was. I never saw that. I was always respected. I think if you put the word in, if you put the work in and you show that you wanted to learn. I mean, here I am, a girl from Indiana, and I've got to do hockey. Yeah. Are you kidding me? I had to learn quickly. And so, if you showed that you wanted to learn and you put in the effort, they respected you. And I think that's all you can ask in this business, is that you get the respect from the people that you work with.
I don't want to encapsulate the fact that you got this because you're a woman, because that's not it at all. You got the award because you've been in this industry for 25 years and you're just good at it. As you were just looking at that video, you know a lot of people, and I'm going to have to ask you, what are some of your favorite moments of your career?
Oh,
come on! I know this is tough.
I always have to say that I always laugh. Pat Casey, God rest his soul. Pat Casey, he was the one who brought me here to Fox 19.
He was one of our news directors here who's since passed away.
Yeah, and I always laughed. I always tell people that I had to leave ESPN to be able to cover sports, which is very true, because at ESPN I was an anchor, which is what you want to do. Yeah. No, I'm not complaining. Yeah. But I never got to actually cover sports, cover games at ESPN. And so when Pat Casey came here and he brought me in, and we started covering games, and it was when Ohio State won the national championship. And so Pat sent us everywhere. I mean, we went to Purdue, we went to Illinois, we went everywhere. And I always tell people that. So, I'm so appreciative of Pat Casey, but I always say the one story that I am so grateful that I had to cover, you as well, Lauryn Hill, what she meant for our area, and, just what she meant just to be 18 years old and have the foresight to know that her time was limited, but she used every second of it for good.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a good one. What about one person you want to interview who you haven't yet?
Oh, my word. Oh, Tom Brady.
Really?
Yeah.
It's about your age, right?
Well,
that'd be interesting.
I just, it's the alkaline water, I think. He drinks alkaline water.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's alkaline water, and that's what he drinks.
Like protein water, like that kind of, like it's just like water with that.
With alkaline water.
No, I thought you'd for sure say, being this Indiana girl, Larry Bird. Or have you already interviewed him?
Well, I've been at a news conference with him. I haven't interviewed him one-on-one, but I've been at a news conference with him.
All right, that's cool. I bet he was cool.
Oh, he is. He is. I mean, he's just a good old basketball player.
Awesome. Well, we are proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
You know you are much loved in this city and by us, of course.
Thank you so much.
High five, bro.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys, there's a lot of weather coming in. We're going to continue to send it over to Ashley and Steve.
Yeah, how do you follow up Betsy Ross with a tornado warning? Yeah, unfortunately, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for a portion of the viewing area. We've been watching this so closely because it could impact the Reds.
And I just looked at it again. and I don't see a lot of rotation on there, but the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. Again, the best thing to do is take cover if you're in the path of this, and Ashley's going to take you out and show you where the path is and where it's going.
So this tornado warning, I'm going to show you exactly who is included in this warning. So this goes until 5:15 p.m. by the way, so you can see the areas that are impacted by this tornado warning. So it does include a portion of course, Kenton County, Campbell County as well, and it will continue to move on. It actually only includes Campbell and Kenton County. So, but the areas included would be Covington, Independence, Erlanger, Fort Thomas, Edgewood, Alexandria, Highland Heights, of course, Crestview, Fairview, Latonia Lakes. All of those areas are included in this warning. Now, this particular cell is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. They say this is, of course, radar indicated, but the tornado itself, if there is one where they see rotation from the National Weather Service, they say that that is near Taylor Mill, moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So you can see kind of these areas that would be impacted here throughout the next probably half hour to an hour. Again, the warning itself goes until 5:15, so we still have another 25 minutes included on this warning. So Highland Heights is included. You see that it would be moving east. Florence is not included. Nobody in Boone County included in this, or the severe thunderstorm warning, which also is still showing up here on radar. But Highland Heights really getting some of that heavy rain right now. A lot of that lightning showing up as well. And this storm cell, as I mentioned, is continuing to move off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So that would mean that it will impact a lot of these communities here rather shortly. So I'll track this for you here. If it is continuing at 35 miles per hour, it would be in Spring Lake at 4:55, Hawthorne at 4:59, Melbourne at 5:05, and then to New Richmond at about 5:12. Now, the tornado warning is only included for really kind of the eastern half of Kenton County. It does include, of course, as we mentioned, Taylor Mill. It includes Highland Heights. It includes Fort Thomas, all the way up to the Ohio River. It does not include anybody in Ohio right now. It's only northern Kentucky, parts of Kenton and Campbell counties, but it is continuing to move to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Now, what the National Weather Service is looking is there any rotation within this storm? That, of course, could lead to a tornado. And as far as what we've been looking at, we don't see that rotation just yet. And again, I mentioned, I think the last hit, that the AA highway would be seeing some impacts, and you can see it's actually showing up here right now at Highway 9. So, Steve, do you see any kind of rotation embedded within this storm, or what have you been looking at with this particular tornado warned storm?
Well, actually, I've been looking at several things, and I just don't see a great deal of rotation, Ashley. The storm itself is pretty strong and powerful. There's a large hail core in it, and you can see where the warning is relative to the storm. So they've got that storm right in the center of the warning area. But overall, we can take a look using the box here. Oh boy, just a minute. I got to zoom back out here and recenter on the storm itself. So we'll recenter on the storm, and we can look at tornado rotation from the toolbox, which is right there. And you can see that there's a little bit. See the different colors in there? The blue is air that is moving toward the radar. The other colors are away, but there's not a little concentration. We always look for what we call a couplet, and that couplet is just not there. Now, I've looked at this at several different levels, anywhere from a few hundred feet off the surface all the way up to several thousand feet, and I just don't see a great deal of rotation. Now, that being said, we're saying that it does not look like there is the possibility of one of those major headline-grabbing tornadoes in this warning, but that doesn't mean a small tornado couldn't touch down in a very small time. Now, if you look right there near Taylor Mill, you see a few different colors there. That would indicate a little bit, but we just don't see what would make me think of a big tornado. But just because I'm saying that, it's not a reason to not take cover. Take cover immediately if you're around Taylor Mill, if you're over toward Highland Heights, Silver Grove, Alexandria. That storm's affecting you. According to the Weather Service, there could be a tornado. I just don't see the rotation in it at the present time. Ashley, what about you? See any rotation that makes you worried?
Yeah, don't see any kind of rotation, but definitely, as you mentioned, you might as well take cover because this is still a really strong storm. So even though maybe we don't necessarily see a tornado coming out of this storm, you could definitely still have some damage. We've now kind of seen the National Weather Service whittle out a smaller area for this warning. So now it still includes a really tiny portion of Kenton County, kind of the eastern half of Kenton County there, moving into Campbell County. But a large portion of northern Campbell County is included in that. I believe Fort Thomas is no longer in that warning, but it's still including a portion of Campbell County here, very close to the Ohio River, and of course continuing to move off to the east. You can also tell that this storm is almost breaking apart and kind of splitting. You see there's still some really heavy rain north of that storm cell, but as far as what we see right now embedded within what would be the tornado, which of course is radar indicated, that storm is a pretty small area, but lots of lightning showing up. It would be in New Richmond here at 5:07, Batavia at 5:17, and Bethel at 5:24. Just want to show you that smaller area. So again, it does include Highland Heights. It's just east of Latonia Lakes right now, and it does not include New Richmond, but you are right on the edge of the warning right now. So again, put another track on that kind of the center of this storm. Pierce Township at 5:08. Now again, you're not in the warning, but that could change as we head through the rest of this afternoon. It would be in Amelia at 5:12 and Bethel at 5:24. So progressing off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. I just want to make sure that this is the only warning we have right now. So we just want to zoom out and make sure that that is the case. But again, we're continuing to watch a lot of this rain and these storms as you look further off to the west and monitoring for any further development that could be severe at this time. So far today, the reports that we've seen have included some large hail. We have not really had any kind of really strong damaging wind reports so far today, but that's something that we could anticipate. And of course, some really heavy rain. I know meteorologist Ethan Emery has been in the storm tracker, and he said that rain has come very quickly in some of these areas. But the problem with that really heavy rain is that it moves through so quickly, it's hard to almost capture it. But that is the kind of situation that we've had across the area so far. Now, I mentioned that a large portion of Kenton County has been removed from the tornado warning, but they are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's something that you need to prepare for, winds of 60 miles per hour. Of course, most of Kenton County is kind of out of the storm at this point, but the eastern half definitely still seeing some impacts and feeling some impacts from this storm system as it continues to progress off to the east. And we are continuing, of course, off air. Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer is looking at some other kind of data and seeing if there is any kind of rotation embedded within this storm, and he's going to give us an update now.
Again, Ashley, I've looked at 3 different software packages that analyze storms in 3 dimensions. I don't see a great deal of rotation here. However, you can see if we take this full screen that tornado warning is in effect until 5:15. Ashley mentioned how a good portion of, actually almost all of Kenton County has been removed from that, except that little area around this curvy Licking River. But overall, it's mainly Campbell County, goes up to the Ohio River. Now, the real test here is going to see what the National Weather Service does as that storm crosses the Ohio River, heads into parts of Anderson Township and Claremont County. And so what we always do is we're trying to anticipate what they're seeing in that. I just don't see rotation that would make me think that they are basically around the tri-state, we have enough rotation for there to be a tornado touchdown. Now, we're going to watch the storm very quickly, and any time now, if there's enough rotation, if the Weather Service still thinks so, they'll extend that into Claremont County and Anderson Township. I happen to think that they're not going to extend that tornado warning, because I just don't see anything. Ashley, back over to you.
Yeah, and we are talking about, of course, even if there's not a tornado in this storm, there could still be, of course, some damaging winds and some large hail especially. I could definitely see some hail embedded within that storm, but it no longer includes Taylor Mill, which is actually where the National Weather Service said that a tornado, if there is one embedded within this storm, that is where it would be located. Just wanted to show you the big picture, just because this is really the strongest storm that we have right now that's moving through the tri-state. And National Weather Service still, of course, calling for the potential of some of that hail embedded within this storm, saying that it is continuing to move to the east at 35 miles per hour. So this is the area right here. You see it in parts of really kind of northern Campbell County. It does include Highland Heights. Let me pause this radar right now so that you can get kind of a better view of exactly where it is, what the communities that it's impacting right now. It is kind of just barely north of the AA highway. It is continuing to move into parts of Campbell County, as we mentioned, and moving off to the east. There's lots of lightning embedded within the storm. Again, here is the AA highway, still, of course, continuing to traverse along the AA highway, kind of following the Ohio River, and that is why they are included in this warning. I mentioned that Taylor Mill is no longer included in the tornado warning, but they are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, the storm is already east of there, so I think you're okay. But if you're east of that, and if you're included in this tornado warning, which does include the northern portions of Campbell County, you definitely need to take cover and go to the lowest level of your home, the most interior room, get away from any windows or doors, that kind of thing. And of course, if you're outside, head indoors until this storm passes, because even the lightning itself can be, of course, very dangerous and potentially even deadly. So we want to make sure that everybody takes this very seriously. This is the tornado warning right now, the only tornado warning that we have in effect for the viewing area. It does not include New Richmond, but you are just on the edge. And Steve was mentioning that if they don't continue this warning, they may actually continue a severe thunderstorm warning, which New Richmond is included in that. But as far as the tornado warning, we think that they will no longer continue it because we don't see any indication of an actual tornado on the ground. But as it moves east, the storm itself, whether it's a tornado or just a really strong thunderstorm, it would be in Pierce Township here in just a few minutes. It would be in Amelia at 5:12 and Bethel at 5:24 as it continues to move off to the east. Just wanted to check that big view again and show you that this is the only storm right now that is tornado warned. But as we look off to the west, there are more storms on the way to the tri-state. So we will continue to monitor all of those as they move into the viewing area. Tornado watch still remains in effect until 10 o'clock this evening for the entire tri-state. And so we will continue to monitor really any of these storms that do pop up that have the potential for a tornado or severe thunderstorms, whatever it may be. And of course, really heavy rain across the area. We have had a couple of reports of flooding, one of those along US 52 that was reported earlier today. That was that Adams County, Steve? Yeah, near Manchester. So we had
Adams County, Manchester.
Yeah, so we had that report of flooding as well. Steve's continuing to look kind of at other data, other weather data and radar data to see if we see any kind of rotation or indication of a tornado on the ground. And again, we have not seen that so far with this storm, but the warning goes until 5:15. So just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. Again, this is only including the northern portion of Campbell County at this point. It is out of Kenton County. It did earlier include parts of Kenton County. So National Weather Service kind of showing an even smaller area that could be included within where we would see potentially a tornado. Now, they're saying that it was located over Silver Grove most recently, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour, which actually means that it's slowed down just a bit. The actual storm itself has slowed down to about 25 miles per hour. It was at 35 miles per hour, but again, just still radar indicated at this point. Steve, do you have anything that you're looking at to add to this storm?
No, I've been looking again at this, and I still don't see much in the way of rotation. I see a little bit of what they would call rotation, but it's broad scale rotation of the whole storm. And when you have a tornado, you're looking for that rotation to become compacted, concentrated, and so we call it spin up. So you start off with a big rotation like this, then because of environmental factors, it spins faster and faster and faster and faster. And just think of an ice skater, and you got the picture. And that just doesn't seem to be happening in this warning here that is shown in this bluish color. And again, the warning is now completely out of Kenton County. It's only in Campbell County. And since the Weather Service has not yet extended that over into the area across the river into Claremont County, what we've got coming our way is I'm convinced that they're not going to really extend that tornado warning. Now, they might here in the next couple minutes because that tornado warning is in effect for another 11 minutes. But take a look. If we go into the chroma key setup here, what we can look at, I can point it out to you exactly what I'm talking about. So what we've got here is this is the tornado warning in effect till 5:15. Okay, that again was observed rotation based on radar observations. And when I looked at it with several different software packages, I did not see enough rotation for there to be a tornado warning. Now, I'm not second guessing, I'm not complaining or criticizing the Weather Service. It's a difference of opinion, and whenever they issue a tornado warning, no matter what Ashley and I say on the air, you should be taking cover. Okay, because it is a dangerous thing. Spin-ups can happen very, very quickly. And just remember the ice skater. The ice skater starts to spin slowly, brings those arms in. That concentration of rotation makes it spin faster and faster, and you get the end of the ice skating display. And here, they still have the tornado warning in effect. But Ashley, I have looked at everything I can, not only at the lowest level, but several levels up, and I just don't see enough rotation or the type of rotation that lets you, makes you think that there's going to be a tornado with this. Now, you can see what looks to be a little bit of like a hook echo. Not everything that looks like a hook echo is a hook echo. And so if there was going to be rotation, you would expect it right here, approaching Kentucky 8 and the Ohio River. And looks like that will trend right across the southeastern part of Anderson Township on into the area between Withamsville and Pierce Township as it crosses the Ohio River. And there's lots of heavy rain, lightning, thunder, some wind gust, but that just doesn't seem to be a tornado there. And here's the timeline on it. So by 5:07, Pierce Township, Amelia 5:11, Mount Holly and Elk Lick way off to the east if it holds together by 5:18. And then, of course, can we drag the map up a little bit here, Ashley? What we're looking at here is we're looking at this. This is where the potential tornado is. And my thought is that since they haven't already extended it into Claremont County, they're just going to let it drop and just kind of chalk it up as a bad warning. But it doesn't mean it is yet. We have no reports of damage. I looked at our debris detection algorithm. It shows nothing that makes you think of a tornado having touched down. Again, this is basically just the observed flow within the thunderstorm indicates rotation, and that is what's the predecessor to a tornado. And again, it has to go, it's not enough to have rotation, it's got to have rotation that's concentrated in the process where we go from rotation of a thunderstorm in big scale to the smaller scale, which is the tornado, is what we call spin up, and there just doesn't seem to be any spin up going here, although there looks like there could be a hook echo here. It's not that impressive, and I still don't see any rotation out there. Ashley, you just checked. Did you see any rotation?
No, but it seems that this is what prompted the warning. So there was a storm spotter that was in Crestview, Kentucky, and said that they saw a large, broad, rotating wall cloud to their southeast, moving eastward, and there was rising motion.
But then the Weather Service said it was based on radar?
Correct, but there was a report spot.
Okay, so maybe okay, and Ashley, you just heard her say there's a broad rotating wall cloud. Oftentimes in a thunderstorm, the base drops down as the tornado funnel develops. You see that lower cloud, and often it rotates, okay? That's what we call the mesocyclone. And as that rotation takes place, you go into what we call spin-up that I just mentioned, and that would be right here. So not only did radar show a little bit of rotation, according to the Weather Service, which I failed to see at all, at least enough rotation to make you think that, there was also an observer, a National Weather Service observer that saw a broad rotating wall cloud. Now, a broad rotating wall cloud is often too big. It's got to be smaller and more compact. And so we're still thinking they still have the tornado warning in effect, and we're going to stick with this until they cancel that tornado warning or they extend it across the Ohio River. But if they were going to extend it across the Ohio River, they should have done it by now. So those of you in Anderson Township, Pierce Township, Withamsville would know that it's on the way. And so everything is pointing to the fact that the storm is not quite the storm they thought it was when they issued that tornado warning. Again, I'm not criticizing the National Weather Service here. It's much better to be warned and not have a tornado occur than to say, oh, I don't think it's going to happen, and have a tornado occur and put people in danger. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, it's only in Campbell County. It's up to the Ohio River. It includes Highland Heights. It includes Foster, Kentucky, I guess, is right in there also. And it's right along Anderson Township, which is across the river south of Interstate 275, just in Campbell County where the tornado warning is in effect. And again, we have no reports of damage. The only reports we have were the radar indicated rotation and the reports an observer saw the rotation taking place. Well, you see that all the time. And when we looked at this, we saw the rotation in the thunderstorm, but it was rotation that was a broad scale. It hadn't undergone spin up yet with that concentration. So think of it, it's the ice skater skating across the ice that hasn't brought the arms in, picked up the rotation rate and caused that tornado, and this is what we've got. Now, we've got heavy rain in Withamsville, heavy rain in the Pierce Township area, heavy rains along 125, known as Beachline Avenue in the city, heavy rains moving into 222 that runs north-south out of Batavia, and so a good portion of the southern part of Claremont County getting heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning, some of that rain torrential, and of course our Ethan Emery is in the New Richmond area. I think we're going to send him up toward Batavia. So Ashley, if you could send Ethan a text and tell him to head up 222 toward 125 in Batavia, and then they may see some damage up that way. Again, the tornado warning is supposed to be in effect until 5:15. It's 5:10 right now, according to the clock I have right here. So for 5 more minutes, we're going to stick with this just in case we begin to pick up some information that you need to know. Okay, and what you need to know right now is that it's only in Campbell County that the tornado warning is in effect, and the entire storm is basically now across the Ohio River, except this one little lobe right here, and that's what before looked like it could have been a hook echo. And a lot of things look like hook echoes that aren't. If you have something that looks like that without rotation, it's not a hook echo, it just looks like one. So this is, again, the radar is going to update here in just a few seconds or maybe a minute, and we'll see that this is going to move completely out of the county. So it's almost completely out of Campbell County now, and that tells me they should just go ahead and cancel it rather than wait for 4 more minutes. And that is the only tornado warning that's come up in our viewing area during the day today. Right, Ashley? I'm not remembering.
Yeah, let's see what this storm report is.
Okay, we've got a storm report here. Right there, you see that. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Observer watched trees snapped in I-275 area. Winds pushed cars into other lanes, causing accidents. So it was either a microburst, either a strong thunderstorm gust, or it was a tornado. Even though the rotation didn't show up, we're going to have to see. And where did that occur?
It looks like this was close to Wilder, which we have other reports of damage
That was
there
Covington,
as well.
so that wasn't even in the tornado warning area.
Right, but they're saying that all of the damage was on 275 near 471. So yeah, Covington, probably Fort Thomas area.
Okay, so that was close to downtown Cincinnati. That is not even part of the tornado warning. We have no reports of damage or any kind of storm activity in the tornado warning area. So now if you could send Ethan a text and tell him to head back to that area so we can take a look at what kind of damage did occur there in the Covington area. Okay, so that storm report, that's this symbol right here. It's outside of the tornado warning area, but it's inside the severe thunderstorm warning area, it looks like, as for snap trees, cars pushed across the road, and things like that, but not in the tornado warning area. We have no reports of damage or storm reports yet from inside the tornado warning that's been whittled back. Now, that's not unusual. A lot of times, people stay inside, they wait for the storm to pass, they see the damage. It takes a little while to report that damage, and that may be what's going on here. But again, we saw really no indications that a tornado would occur in the position that we have this particular tornado warning. So you said that was 275 at 471, right? And if I'm looking at this correctly, that would be just outside of the tornado warning, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and just inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to wait to find that. Meteorologist Ethan Emery is out on our storm tracker. He was in New Richmond. We're having him go back toward that location, and we'll see if we can get any more information on what happened there at I-471 and 275. Okay, and now the storm is completely gone. For some reason, they haven't dropped the tornado warning unless they're just going to let it expire at 5:15. And I feel pretty safe now that they're not going to extend that into Claremont County. So if you've been watching us, seeing that tornado warning very near you in Anderson Township or over in the southwestern part of Claremont County, right here, Pierce Township, Withamsville, and those areas, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning, well, that's going to end pretty soon too, because you can see the thunderstorm is almost out of the warned area. Okay, so what we've got, tornado warning will be in effect for less than a minute now. Okay, the severe thunderstorm warning is supposed to expire in less than a minute. This storm is weak, and you can see this thing just falling apart. Look at it weakening as it moves eastward. So that's no longer a severe storm, and there is just nothing else in the tornado warning area. So the Weather Service should have just gone ahead and canceled this rather than to make us all hang on waiting to see what happened. But overall, no reports of a tornado touchdown. It was a report of a rotating wall cloud along with some rotation inside the storm shown on radar. We didn't see that. We looked at a number of different software packages that analyze this stuff. None of it showed any kind of rotation like that. And so it was a precautionary warning by the National Weather Service without a great deal of evidence that a tornado was about to spin up. And again, it is now 5:15 according to our clock, and they're gone. So that's it for now. Now we've kind of got to regroup here. There are no warnings in effect. The tornado watch continues till 10 o'clock. Right now, no warnings in effect, right, Ashley? Correct. You've been watching those. So we are going to throw it over to the anchor desk. We're going to regroup so we can get you more weather here. We're going to look at some of the stuff coming our way, evaluate it, and we'll have more for you. And if another warning does come up, we're going to let you know right away.
Steve, thank you. The best way to keep track of all of this and the forecast is the First Alert weather app. You can take your phone out right now and you can scan that QR code to your screen and download it for free. That app features live radar, a 10-day forecast, lightning reports, all of it, and all of this breaking weather that's going on right now, all on your phone. Also, right now, one person's in the hospital after a shooting on Ronald Reagan Highway.
Yeah, North College Hill police say it was a case of road rage between a motorcyclist and a driver.
Mike Shell's following the story. He's live with the very latest.
Yeah, Tricia, this happened around 11 o'clock this morning on the Ronald Reagan Highway near Hamilton Avenue where we are now. Police say a driver in a car cut off a man on a motorcycle, and that's when he reportedly fired the shots. North College Hill Police Chief Ryan Schran says the three people in the car were a man, his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's 11-year-old daughter.
He wasn't feeling good. She went to pull over to get to the side of the road because he wasn't feeling good, and they accidentally cut off a motorcycle that was in the same lane. That motorcycle, that suspect has since turned himself in. His name is Grant Brown Jr. But when, I guess, he was cut off, he pulled out a Glock 9mm pistol from a bag that he had on the tank of his motorcycle and fired a round into that car, striking the male passenger.
And missing the 11-year-old in the back seat by less than a foot, according to the chief.
The black and red motorcycle, that is your shooter, is a black and red motorcycle, and he shot into a silver 2018 Jeep that struck a male.
He just told us that that the vehicle cut him off and that he fired one round into the car in self-defense. Which
self-defense?
That's what he's claiming.
The chief says Brown consulted with an attorney and was advised to turn himself in with the weapon he used. Detectives retrieved the firearm when Brown told them,
"Hey, the gun's in the car." They went out and retrieved the gun. The gun happened to be in his unloaded and in his helmet that he had brought in with him.
Now, the victim has not been identified. Police say he was grazed along his back, and he is expected to be okay. Grant Brown from Coleraine Township, meanwhile, is in the Hamilton County Justice Center, charged with felonious assault. Reporting live from North College Hill, Mike Shell, Fox 19 Now.
Mike, thank you. Breaking now, a woman who worked as a clerk for a local village is now facing criminal charges.
Jessica Schmidt's at the alert desk with what we're knowing about this.
A grand jury just indicted Jacqueline Bookard of Harrison, Indiana. She's now facing charges of theft in office and tampering with records here in Hamilton County. Prosecutors believe Bookard stole more than $40,000 between 2016 and 2019. Now, at this point, it's not clear how investigators believe it happened, but we do know that in 2020, state auditors released what they call a messy 2016 to 2017 financial audit of the village. In that report, auditors say the village overpaid certain people during those years, and Bookard is mentioned. Officials say she was overpaid $177 from the water operating fund. We're working to find out exactly when she did stop working as the clerk for the village's water board, but we do know that the state audit report from 2020 describes her as a former employee, so she has been gone from that position at least since then. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Sweaty, thirsty, and filthy. That is how court documents describe the condition of twins toddlers in fact, who were found in the back seat of a van Monday morning.
Yeah, in the front seat, first responders report finding 2 people passed out with drug paraphernalia in their possession.
Ken Brown's been following the story and has more from Monroe.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And in the last 24 hours, the Monroe Police Department behind me has filed new charges in this case, and it all started early on Monday. So those charges the new ones are coming down against Justin Simpson and the mother in this case, Stephanie Sandlin. Twin children sitting in fast food scraps in diapers that had not been changed in a while at 6:15 in the morning on Monday. That's how court documents read in the child endangering case against Justin Simpson and Stephanie Sandlin, after police say they found the 2 passed out in a van with the 1.5-year-olds in the back seat.
I have a late model Honda Odyssey van blocking egress and ingress into my driveway. It is running right now, and it looks like there's somebody in the car passed out.
The vehicle was allegedly parked blocking a long driveway of a rural home in Monroe. When first responders were able to get Simpson and Sandlin awake, they are said to have refused treatment by paramedics. In the last 24 hours, the charges against the 2 have expanded to include disorderly conduct, and Sandlin added a drug paraphernalia charge for a crack pipe allegedly found on the passenger side of the vehicle. Court records say Simpson told officers he had crack on him, which garnered him a possession of drug charge. Both appeared before a judge today, and Simpson's cases have been bound over to a grand jury. And we're still waiting for word on what happened in Sandlin's appearance in court. It was scheduled for 1, but I had checked at 3:30. Still no update on that one. In the meantime, we asked the Monroe Police Department what happens with the children in this case, and they said at the time, a family member or friend was called to come and pick up the children. Reporting live in Monroe, Ken Brown, Fox 19 Now.
Well, good evening, everyone. On this first alert weather day, we have a number of severe thunderstorms around the tri-state. We had 1 tornado warning. That's since been canceled. We have another just issued severe thunderstorm warning here, and that includes just a little sliver of Fayette County, Indiana, but most of Union County, Indiana, including the city of Liberty and surrounding communities. That warning extends over to Preble County, which is not in our viewing area, but also it includes the northwest corner of Butler County. Just doesn't make it to downtown Oxford, but the suburbs just north of Oxford toward the Preble County line are included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Now we can take a look at what that warning has been, why it's been issued, and how long it's going to last by doing a query here. And overall, the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6 p.m., Butler, Fayette, Preble, and Union. And again, like all the warnings this afternoon, this is for winds gusting to 60 and the possibility of some large hail. So that includes Butler, parts of Fayette, most of Union, and in Preble County. Preble, of course, the county that is not in our viewing area. If we head toward Ripley County over southeast Indiana, you can see from Holton over to Versailles, to Osgood, moving over into Dearborn County near Manchester, Indiana. We've got another thunderstorm. No severe thunderstorm warnings out for that, but lots of lightning, lots of heavy rainfall. A little bit farther to the east, you can see that this is moving toward Hogan Township, Manchester, eventually to Miller. Lawrenceburg and Greendale will be involved with that one. From West Harrison down to Miami Township, you can see this just updated, moving north and eastward. So Miami Town, you're about to get some heavy rain. This is not a severe storm. Maybe get some hail with that. That's moving north and eastward. And just moving out of Hamilton County into Butler County around Ross Township is another big thunderstorm. You can see that right here. That is moving toward Hamilton. It's in the Fairfield area. More than likely, Westchester will just see the edge of it, but hear the thunder off in the distance. And then over Franklin County, from Brookville to Mount Carmel down to Whitewater Township, another large thunderstorm with the possibility of hail. You see the little hail indicator right there just outside of Brookville, so you might see some hail with that one. And if we zoom out and look at the eastern part of our viewing area, we have this activity moving out of Warren County. So Blanchester, you're going to see a little bit of rain and thunder for a little while. There's still some here near Batavia that's moving up toward the panhandle of Brown County, and a good portion of Clinton County now involved with some relatively heavy thunderstorm activity. And again, some indicators of some hail. Although we haven't had many hail reports for all the hail indications we've had, there's that possibility of some large hail in Clinton County. County. And then the only severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect is the one that extends across Union County right here into the northwestern corner of Butler County. Now we go over to Ashley Smith. And Ashley, tell us what you got.
Yeah, so we are talking about some of those storm reports that we've had from these storms that moved through throughout the afternoon hours, really. And of course, we've had reports of hail. We've had reports of some wind causing some of that damage. And then, of course, we also have some really serious reports of damage, especially there in parts of Campbell County and northern Kenton County as well. So one of those that we talked about earlier was that somebody watched trees that were snapped near the 275 and 471 area. And then they say that winds pushed cars into other lanes, and that caused some accidents. So we're trying to follow up on that right now. We also have reports of course, trees snapped. We've actually seen those photos. We're going to try and get those on the air for you rather shortly as well. So we are continuing to track some of these storm reports across parts of the area. We've had a lot of those reports. These are all hail reports that you see showing up on the radar or on the screen right now. And we mentioned that one flooding report as well. This was in West Union, golf ball size hail. That was actually from a storm that did have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And then this was on the westbound lane of US 52, submerged in high water, and that was in Manchester. Thankfully, we've had no reports of any kind of injuries. However, some of this damage, especially with the cars being tossed into other lanes, that's something that we're going to be following up on. And a lot of viewers have shared photos with us of some really ominous storm clouds as well across parts of the area. But as far as any kind of damage to any homes or any kind of structures, we have not had that, besides of course those cars that have been moved. So if you can safely share photos, a lot of you have been doing that. We really appreciate it. You can do that at fox19.com/pics. You can also submit them on our weather app and our news app. For now, though, I'm going to send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer. And as I mentioned, I'll try to get some of those photos here on the air for you shortly.
Well, thanks, Ashley. Of course, let's go back over that warning. There's only one warning in effect right now for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, for everybody, the tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. And that warning is right here for parts of Fayette County, Indiana, almost all of Union County, northwestern corner here of Butler County, mainly from Oxford north to the county line, and a good portion of Preble County. Now, Preble's not officially in our viewing area, but I know there are people that are just across the Butler County line that watch us. So if you're there also, you should be taking cover immediately. Let's take a look at some of the information that we have on this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect now. Let's see, try it one more time and see what happens here. Okay, there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6 p.m., and that includes parts, just a little bit in the northwest corner of Butler, a little bit of Fayette County, and then parts of Preble and most of Union County in southeast Indiana. Then one more trip here through to review so you know. There are no other warnings in effect. There's some big hefty thunderstorms in Ripley County, and notice right here near Holton, an indicator of some hail, so there's a possibility of big hail there. That storm continues right on into the Versailles area. It's sinking southward out of Osgood now, continues eastward into Dearborn County, and a good portion of Dearborn County is now involved with that thunderstorm, but not under a warning. So Manchester in Dearborn County, Hogan Township, it's moving eastward. It's going to head toward Lawrenceburg and Greendale with some heavy rain, but again, no reports of severe type of activity. That storm that we were watching on the Ohio-Indiana line, zooming north and eastward. It's right along Interstate 74 now from West Harrison and Harrison over to Miamitown, heading up toward Ross Township. So if you're in the north central part of Hamilton County, you're going to get some of that, but it's not a severe thunderstorm. And then also in Franklin County, Brookville, it's about to move out of Brookville, but Mount Carmel, Whitewater Township, almost all of the eastern part of Franklin County has big, heavy thunderstorm activity. And some of this rain is really, really heavy. And for those of you that are familiar with Franklin County, lots of hills and little valleys, watch out for those areas in Franklin County that tend to collect water. There could be some high water there. And again, in our eastern part, now you can see this is Clinton County right here. This activity is zooming north and eastward pretty quickly. Lots of lightning, thunder, and heavy rain right around the Wilmington area. It's lightning up around Blanchester. Right now, most of Warren County's in the clear, but this activity that's off to the west will move through Warren County again around the tri-state. And we take a look now at the the warnings map, and you can see there was one warning just outside of Ripley County. That's that storm we just looked at in Versailles. And that has not been extended into Ripley County, so that the only warning that we do have in effect in the tri-state is up here under the banner. And let me see here. We'll kind of drag the map southward if we can here. And what you'll be able to see here on this warning is the exact location of it. So there it is. The warning in effect now no longer for Fayette County, Indiana. So if you're in Fayette County, Indiana, the storm's moved to the east, you're in the clear. It's in effect still for most of Union County, Indiana. That includes Liberty. It crosses the state line, the southwestern corner near Summers of Preble County, which is not in the viewing area, and then the far northwestern corner here of Butler County, that just from Oxford north, basically, to the county line. So if you're in northern Butler County, that may impact you also. The storms will continue to develop around the tri-state for the next couple of hours. We'll let you know the latest coming up here in a few minutes. But now let's send it back to the anchor desk, and Ashley and I will get all of our thoughts together. We'll take a look at what's going on, get some of the latest damage reports put together, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes, or sooner if another warning is issued for the tri-state.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. The best way to keep track of the forecast is the First Alert Weather app. You can scan that QR code on your screen, download it free of charge. The app features live radar, the 10-day forecast, and lightning reports. You can also sign up for personalized alerts sent straight to your phone. And breaking now, 2 teens are facing charges connected to a police chase.
That's right, and we're told that 2 officers were hurt during that pursuit. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk. So what are you learning, Jessica?
Well, we can tell you now that a 17-year-old is now accused of theft, obstruction, and failure to comply, and a 15-year-old is facing those same charges. Cincinnati police say this chase began near Hopple around 3 a.m. That's when officers say they started following a vehicle that had been reported stolen by someone who had called 911. When police got near Martin Luther King, they say the 2 suspects took off running. Officers say they then caught up to them and took them in for questioning before ultimately pressing these charges against them. During the chase, we're told one of the officers twisted an ankle and the other dislocated a shoulder. So court records show the 15-year-old is also accused of stealing money from a teacher. The 17-year-old is accused of stealing a laptop. We can also tell you the 15-year-old already had 2 active warrants for his arrest. Both of those teens will be in juvenile court tomorrow. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And Americans impacted by gun violence are on Capitol Hill today, pushing for stricter gun laws.
Yeah, one of the victims delivering testimony is a 4th grader, Maya Cirillo.
That's right, and Cirillo survived that mass shooting at Robb Elementary School on May 24th, and she says that she played dead until she was able to call 911 and ask for help. And listen as she describes that moment.
When I went to the barracks, he shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me.
She's not the same little girl that I used to play with, hang around with, and do everything, because she was daddy's little girl.
The House passed legislation to tighten gun laws. A group of bipartisan senators also crafting new gun control bills. Both sides will have to compromise. If they will reach any agreement, then it goes to the president's desk for signature.
Looking at only one severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area, and that is right here. And the National Weather Service continues to whittle it back as the storm moves eastward. So it still includes a large portion of Union County, but Liberty, the city of Liberty, Indiana, no longer included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Notice it includes less area of Butler County. So Oxford and the suburbs just north of Oxford completely in the clear. Just a little sliver along the Preble-Butler County line still included in that. And most of that storm is heading through Preble County around Summers outside of our viewing area. So that is in effect until 6 o'clock. It looks like, for the most part, in about 5 minutes, there will be no longer any warnings in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. Now, meteorologist Ashley Smith has been getting stuff from viewers. Ashley, show us some of those pictures you got.
Yeah, so lots of viewers sending us in pictures and even some video of some of these really ominous storm clouds as well. But this is one of those photos of some damage. This was in Sparta, Kentucky. Jennifer Smith says that this trampoline was just kind of twisted and tossed through her yard. And you can see that, of course, that's not normally the state of the trampoline. So that's one of those photos. And then this is video from Mark Majors. This is from along the AA highway. And we were mentioning that during some of these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, that this was kind of that. So this is a pretty ominous cloud as well. Potentially the storm that, of course, prompted that tornado warning as well. So this was, again, some video from Cold Spring from Mark Majors as well. So if you would like to submit your photos and videos to us, you can do so at fox19.com/pics. You can also submit them using the weather app or our news app. Now, out and about in the storm tracker is meteorologist Ethan Emery, and he has been tracking some of these storms throughout the area. Ethan, we haven't heard from you in a little while. Where are you and what's going on?
Yeah, Ashley, we are right now on I-275 crossing the Ohio River going into Kentucky, northern Kentucky, and we're heading off towards Wilder, where there were reports of the storm damage from that tornado-warned storm. We're going to have more details on that once we get there and once we assess the damage that we can look at. But right now, though, looking at the roadways, roads are still kind of wet. Right now, though, we are kind of in a dry spell at the moment in this particular area on I-275 crossing into northern Kentucky near Alexandria. But again, though, we are looking at areas that are dealing with very heavy rainfall. It's been very sporadic with regards to where the heaviest of rain has been. It's very brief, but bringing in torrential rainfall, reducing visibility. But right now, visibility here on I-275 going westbound has not been too much of an issue. But we'll be keeping you updated with the latest and have more details on that damage in northern Kentucky coming up here in just a few minutes.
Paying down debt can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Upstart makes it fast and easy. Borrowers can access the funds they need in as little as one business day. Checking your rate is fast, easy, with no cost to you or your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. Join the club of over 1.8 million customers who have turned to Upstart for a personal loan. Your financial freedom begins at upstart.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on.
No smile.
No smile? Oh, man. I thought I was smiling. Let me show you around the shop today. Maybe?
No smile.
Oh, still no smile?
No.
I should have just made it. I should have made it more natural walking and turning out. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care.
Once I found Upstart, I was kind of relieved. They're interested in my background. They were looking at more than just my credit score. I was able to get my money fast. I was able to consolidate all of those credit cards into one payment.
Borrowing from Upstart was incredibly simple. The interest rates were incredibly attractive. Going through the process took just a couple of minutes. The approval process was basically instantaneous, and I got the money within a few days.
Heritage Bank was founded by entrepreneurs, and we admire people with the drive to run their own business.
It's always important to have really good business partners, obviously, and Heritage has just been a great business partner. In every facet of us growing, they've been there for us.
Really, Heritage took a big risk on us. Without them, honestly, I don't think we'd be where we are today.
We believe in entrepreneurs, and they count on us for local decision-making and personalized service. This is our town. This is my bank.
Time together is closer than ever. Plan your trip today at mypigeonforge.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on. I take pride in the service we're providing our neighbors and friends here in Somerset. Whether you need an oil change or a major repair, Our ASC mechanics will get the job done. You can count on us to do the job right and to do you right. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care.
Always local, always now. Rob Williams, Amber Jayon, and Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer. You're watching Fox 19 Now.
Well, right now, giving you a live look at downtown Cincinnati at this first alert weather day. Looks like the rain has stopped in this area, but severe storms have been sweeping through the tri-state with heavy rain and winds, and our team has been tracking the forecast for you. So again, we're continuing to watch different areas throughout the tri-state, and we'll keep you up to date throughout the evening.
Gas prices across the city have at times reached $5 a gallon. Now local nonprofits and volunteer agencies say they need help for volunteer drivers at an all-time high.
That's right. Fox 19's Kendall Hyde joins us live from Meals on Wheels after speaking with them and the impact of these increasing gas prices. Kendall?
Officials with Meals on Wheels say that they serve over 1 million meals to residents of Southwest Ohio and Northern Kentucky. The problem comes in with the delivery drivers. They say they pay anywhere from $60 to $100 a week to fill up their gas tanks. Henry and Evelyn Depew started using Meals on Wheels services last year once Henry fell and lost his mobility.
Ended up going to the hospital several days and then to the nursing home for about 2 weeks. So then they sent him home, and he had therapy at home for quite a while.
With Henry having limited mobility, Evelyn says she can't leave him at home to go grocery shopping.
They got him a shower bench and a handheld shower, and that's been a blessing. And the meals have been a blessing.
On top of the free and discounted meals, the organization also offers rides to and from medical appointments to allow people to continue to live at home comfortably and avoid moving into a nursing home. However, that convenience has become harder for the company.
Gas prices have impacted us in a number of ways. It's really a perfect storm. You know, we drive 80,000 miles a month across all of our services, so it's an additional almost $9,000 a month in expenses that we're seeing as a result of the increased prices.
I followed around one of the Meals on Wheels drivers Wednesday morning. We saw gas prices in the area reach $5.09. On top of the gas prices, CEO Jennifer Steele says that the company is battling food shortages and inflation at the grocery store.
It's a double whammy for us. We produce and deliver more than 1.2 million meals a year.
The team says they provide meals based on the client's dietary needs, and buying many of the needed items costs more than usual.
Before COVID and inflation, it costs us on average $6.50 to produce and deliver a meal. It now costs us between $10 and $12. It's a doubling.
Now, the team at Meals for Wheels says they're incredibly thankful for all of the delivery drivers that they have, but they cannot afford to keep paying for the delivery drivers, so they're in dire need of volunteers. And if you'd like to volunteer, they say simply give them a call. At Meals on Wheels, Kendall Hyde, Fox 19 Now.
Well, only one severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. That is in Union County, Indiana. Does not include Liberty. It's east of there. It includes a small portion of northern Butler County, parts of Milford Township, and it's scheduled to expire at 6 p.m. No other warnings in effect. We'll update you on what seems to be a calming situation in just a few minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Fox with Fox Total Car Care. Let's go on a little shop tour today. Come on.
No smile.
No smile? Oh, man. I thought I was smiling. Let me show you around the shop today. Maybe?
No smile.
Still no smile? No. I should have just made it. I should have made it more natural walking, turning out. It's in our blood and it's in our name. Fox Total Car Care.
Heritage Bank was founded by entrepreneurs, and we admire people with the drive to run their own business.
It's always important to have really good business partners, obviously, and Heritage has just been a great business partner. In every facet of us growing, they've been there for us.
Really, Heritage took a big risk on us. Without them, honestly, I don't think we'd be where we are today.
We believe in entrepreneurs, and they count on us for local decision-making and personalized service. This is our town. This is my bank.
together is closer than ever. Plan your trip today at mypigeonforge.com.
Totally surprised at all this. I thought I was coming here to work, of course, because there's always something going on here. But a total surprise, thrilled, a little bit like this is your life. You see all these people that I've worked with and I've known over the years, and it's just an honor that everybody showed up. It's just so exciting.
Yeah, well, over the past 4 decades, Betsy Ross has been a trailblazer in sports and news broadcasting. And today, Betsy marked another success.
Yeah, that's when our own Tricia Mackey surprised her with the nomination of the prestigious Silver Circle Award.
That's right. Let's take a look back at Betsy Ross's accomplishments.
Hi, everyone. I'm Betsy Ross here at
Betsy M. Ross is a pioneer in sports broadcasting. She began her years in news and sports journalism with humble beginnings, honestly, at a news station in South Bend, Indiana. In 1981, Betsy was hired at WCPO, where she wore a lot of hats. She was a producer, a reporter, and an anchor. And over the next 15 years, she would work for various stations all around the nation, making her way from Cincinnati to Indy, and then in 1997 to Bristol, Connecticut. Now that year, Betsy became one of the very first female anchors to ever be hired by ESPN, working as an analyst and a contributor for SportsCenter and ESPN News.
Well, the Bengals are back home this Sunday to face...
And after about 5 years at the Sports News Network, Betsy returned to Cincinnati, starting her own company, Game Day Communications, a media and marketing agency specializing in sports and entertainment. And this year, Game Day will celebrate its 20th anniversary in business. Now, today, Betsy continues her work in sports broadcasting as an anchor reporter right here at Fox 19, as well as a college basketball analyst for ESPN and Fox Sports. Betsy is also the voice of women's athletics at the University of Cincinnati, an award-winning author, and this week, she added yet another achievement to her long list of accomplishments. On Wednesday, Betsy accepted the nomination for the National Academy of Television's Silver Circle Award. And I, Tricia Mackey, I was one of the industry's influencers who nominated Ross for that award, and I'm proud to do it. The Silver Circle Award was established to recognize and honor outstanding individuals who have devoted 25 years or more to the television industry and who have made significant contributions to local broadcasting. As I wrote in her letter to the Academy, supporting Betsy's nomination, quote, I have been lucky to have spent so much of my career working alongside Betsy. She is the living example of never taking no for an answer when it comes to stepping into a man's world. She has single-handedly achieved more as a female sports broadcaster than any person I know. End quote.
Paving the way.
That wasn't champagne. It was apple juice.
You deserve some champagne if you want
they
it.
handed that to me, and then Steve was there, our boss.
Yeah.
Steve was there as well, and I'm going, oh, let me sit that down real quick.
Well, the thing is, image is very powerful, right? And you sitting up on the set at ESPN actually probably encouraged a lot of young women to get into the business when it was probably harder to get into before you got there.
Well, I've always been a big believer if you can see it, you can achieve it.
Totally.
If you see it, you can be it.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that's so important, whether it's athletics, whether it's this business, whether it's anything.
Yeah.
If a young girl can see someone who looks like her do what she wants to do, then it makes it possible. And I think that, all of us here.
Sure.
I always say we stand on the shoulders of those who went before us, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be here. And I think that, to show that kind of example, you hope that you inspire somebody. You know, if they have that glimmer in their brain that they want to do that, you hope that you can inspire others.
Well, you have been inspiring, and you're still out there doing the work, too.
Well, thank you. I love it. You know, I love being here. You know, this is a great place, and you know, I'm so thankful that I can still do what I love to do.
Yeah, well, congratulations to
Thank
you. We couldn't be prouder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, a lot of us are staying in our homes longer than we used to, so maybe it's time for a makeover.
That's right. Amy Wagner has some tips that you can use to easily freshen up your home and today's All Worth advice.
Well, if you've been watching the current housing market and decided to stay on the sidelines, maybe your best bet is to fix up what you have. We are staying in our homes longer. Redfin says it's 13 years on average now, up from 10 years. The home supply shortage is part of this, but also the fact that more older Americans are aging in place. Want to easily freshen up your home? Try these quick tips. First, paint. Nothing changes the look of a room quicker than new paint. It can be nice to cover the chips and smudges you've acquired over the years. Off-white will give the illusion of more space if you want to make a room seem bigger. And you've probably heard that kitchen makeovers give you the best return on your investment. This doesn't have to be a complete tear-out. Change knobs and drawer pulls, buy a new touchless faucet, or just add a backsplash. These ideas can really change the look. Take a look at the lighting in your home also. It might be time to update the pendants, sconces, or chandeliers that you have. Here's the All Worth advice. You can never go wrong by improving your curb appeal. Maybe just pull out some of those overgrown shrubs. In fact, realtors say improving your curb appeal could also improve your home's value by as much as 7%. With your All Worth advice, I'm Amy Wagner.
Well, good evening, everyone. We are still tracking the storms around the tri-state on this first alert weather day, and you're looking at a shot from Taylor Mill. Now, most people would look at that and think that's a tornado funnel, but it is actually what we call a beaver tail cloud. Ashley and I saw a couple of shots of that earlier, and we had to look that up. So even though that would look like a tornado funnel, we've seen that same photograph from a different angle. It doesn't look like that is the case, but Ashley will come up here in a few minutes with some pretty interesting looking shots submitted by our viewers. Again, scattered showers and thunderstorms continue around the tri-state. The only warning that's in effect for us is for this severe thunderstorm right here in the eastern part of Union County, does not include Liberty, over into Preble County, and just a sliver of the northern part of Butler County, which is parts of Milford Township. You do see a tornado warning in effect up here. That's north of Interstate 70, way out of our viewing area. Still some big thunderstorm activity from Versailles to Dillsboro to Verona over to Lawrenceburg into Miami Township and Hebron. You can see that we are definitely not out of the woods. We may have a few more warnings come up, but nothing right now. There are spots here near Versailles, near Dillsboro with some hail possible, near Lawrenceburg, and then no hail indicated there. A little bit further north, activity in Butler County. From Riley Township to Milford Township, there's that southern edge of that warning that will be canceled in a few minutes. And then from Westchester and Fairfield all the way into Warren County to Lebanon and South Lebanon, non-severe but heavy thunderstorm activity with lots of lightning and thunder. It's calming down in Clinton County, and then across northern Kentucky, not much going on. If there are any other warnings that come up, we'll let you know right away, but one of the things you always look for is the 7-day forecast. So here it is. 76 tomorrow, less humid, partly cloudy. Just a few showers Friday and 75. A great-looking weekend ahead with low humidity and lots of sun. Partly cloudy for Monday and Tuesday, and then scattered thunderstorms on Wednesday. But notice those high temperatures will put a big smile on Amber's face as we head into the 90s. Ashley?
Yeah, and of course, earlier today, a lot of you were able to share your photos and videos with us from some of those storm damage, storm clouds, whatever it may be that you found in your area. And so we want to show you some of those right now. This one from Alexandria, a lot of these from really the Campbell County area that we've seen so far today, but really spread out across the region. Really kind of ominous storm cloud there that you see in Alexandria, where of course they did see some of those storms roll through. And then this video from Wilmington, look at this flooding. I always mention mentioned this, that water comes up really high, but it also goes down pretty quickly as well. So this was at the Kroger in Wilmington as this person was driving through. That's some heavy rain. You can see it, wow, especially as the tires kind of roll through. So just be careful if you see any kind of high water wherever you are. Make sure that you kind of try and find an alternate route. We also have, of course, some of these videos from us. This one, this particular cloud video coming from Coleraine. This one is showing some rotation actually from that storm as it moved through Coleraine. Wow, you can definitely see that rotation. So that wall cloud that some viewers were able to spot for us as well. This one is I actually run here a lot. This is on Industrial Road near Florence, and I know exactly where this is. That's also looking toward some of those storm clouds as they moved in. Notice how where this viewer was, it's pretty calm where they are right now. Not much happening, but as they look toward that storm, it is definitely not looking very good. This is another one. These are the storm clouds along I-275. This is right along the Ohio River. This is probably near Wilder, where, of course, we have also had some reports of some of that damage across parts of the area as well. And then we have another one in Alexandria. This was a video, I believe, that I showed you a little bit earlier. This is the beaver tail, right, that we were talking about earlier. So that's the technical term for that storm cloud that you see there as well in Alexandria. Hey, don't forget, you can always follow along with all the watches, warnings, advisories, lightning, whatever it may be, using the free First Alert weather app. And we highly recommend it on good days and bad days like today. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to Casper. This is where dreams begin. Here, a cozy night's sleep is crafted piece by piece, helping you relieve the day's pressures, fall asleep with ease, and stay comfortably cool all night. Awaken the potential of your well-rested self. Casper.
At Nectar, we believe any person can be a morning person. All it takes is the perfect mattress at the perfect price. Enjoy our biggest offer yet with up to $599 in savings with your mattress purchase. You won't lose a second of sleep over buying a Nectar with a 1-year trial and forever warranty. Did we mention sweet sheets, premium pillows, and a mattress protector come with every mattress? That's up to $499 in accessories included with every mattress purchase. That wake-up call you ordered? It's here. Welcome to the bright side.
My name is Margaret Kelly, and I am from Louisville, Kentucky. Goodwill is important in helping Kentuckians who have come through difficult life circumstances find jobs. So they don't just work with the people that are in their stores, they work with people that are coming out of the criminal justice system, the people that might be coming out of rehab programs, or just people that reach out to Goodwill and say, hey, I'm having a hard time getting a job, can you please help me? Goodwill does a lot of good work and things like that, which also then in turn helps Kentucky.
Wendy's is getting ready for summer with an exciting twist to iconic treat. The burger chain announced it's adding strawberry frosty to its menu for a limited time. Wendy's say this is a long-time request from fans. Another addition to their menu is summer strawberry chicken salad, which also will be available throughout the summer.
Both sound good. And Jif peanut butter recall, that list continues to expand to more products using Jif as an ingredient, including ready-to-eat chicken salad at an Amazon retail location and peanut butter products in different places, including Disney World. They've been recalled for possible salmonella contamination, and 16 people from 12 states have been infected and 2 have been hospitalized.
It may be more difficult to fly to smaller cities this summer. A growing number of small airports have fewer flights because the regional airlines that serve them can't hang on to pilots who are getting snapped up by bigger carriers. According to airline data, 30 airports in the U.S. have lost at least half of the departures they had in 2019.
A tornado watch is in effect across the tri-state. The timeline for severe storms in your area on this First Alert Weather Day now.
I'm meteorologist Ethan Emery in the Toyota Storm Tracker, tracking the latest road conditions as storms roll through the tri-state now.
A local neighborhood is hosting a hiring event to find enough lifeguards to staff a full scheduled pool season. Now,
looks like there's somebody in the car passed out.
2 people are facing new charges after allegedly being found passed out with toddlers in the back seat. Now,
road rage on the Ronald Reagan Highway. One man is shot and is taken to the hospital. Now,
from the station that's always local, always now, this is Fox 19 Now.
And new at 6, take a look at this. This is video of some high water in Wilmington at a Kroger. You can see the parking lot is flooded.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of images coming in, including this one. This was shot by our Kendall Hyde. It was taken earlier this afternoon near Winton Woods High School. You can see, the roads are wet there as well. And of course, we're continuing with our breaking weather coverage on this First Alert Weather Day.
There's a tornado watch for all of the tri-state until 10 o'clock tonight, which is an improvement, is it not, Steve Horsemeyer?
Yes, things have improved. We just now, a few seconds ago, got a new tornado warning, which includes parts of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. You can see it right up here, and basically that is for just a small sliver of our viewing area. That small sliver is up to the north. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag the map southward. And what we'll be able to do when we drag the map southward is see a little bit better picture of it. Again, there's a tornado warning in effect that is in just parts of. I'm going to have to just tune in here to the tornado warning itself. And basically, hey, Ashley, if you can go in there and drag that map southward for me. The tornado warning is in effect. You'll have to take it out of play mode. And that is right down here now. Move it a little bit further north. And it just includes a very small sliver of northern parts of Warren County and the northern part of Clinton County. If you can pull the map up a little bit here, what we're seeing is that would include the Waynesville area, and that would include other areas that are around the Waynesville and the bike trail up that way. There we go. The computer is having a bad day. And so here's the tornado warning. It does not include most of Wayne Township, but it includes a little bit of it. It's in effect till 6:30 p.m. And again, just a little part of the Fox 19 Now viewing area is in that. So from north of Clear Creek Township along 75 and 741, across the far northern part here of Warren County. So parts of Wayne Township, the northern part of Wayne Township included. That's also where Waynesville is. And if you're familiar with the bike path that goes up along the Little Miami River, it goes through Spring Valley. So any area in Preble County or in the northern part of Warren County along that bike path near Waynesville is included in that tornado warning. It will be to Roxana by 609, New Burlington, Maple Creek, and Cedar Creek, which are all basically out of our viewing area except for New Burlington in a little while. So if you're in New Burlington, it's at 6:14 we project is when it's going to get there, and it's 6:02 now. So you've got 12 minutes before that big storm gets there. Now, this is the same cell that they had the tornado warning out for to the north of us. And again, we're going to have to take a look at this and see if we can find any rotation in that. But overall, it's moving eastward. It does not include Clear Creek Township. You're just too far to the west for that, and that's going to continue off to the east. Now, Ashley just put the radar into velocity mode, and we see, again, when you see the red and green juxtaposed like that real near, you're looking for a couplet that shows the rotation, and we just don't, I just don't see it. Right here, though, you see right here the red, here's the green. And so the red is air blowing one direction, the green is air blowing the other direction, right in here. And so this would indicate the rotation just north of the Warren County county line, and to the north of that in Montgomery or Greene County. So Spring Valley, which is out of our viewing area, is included. Wayne Township, the northern part of that up to the county line, is included in that, and that would include the community of Waynesville. So if you're in the far northern part of Warren County, any of the small communities that are near Waynesville, you should be taking cover immediately. This just popped up as we were coming into this part of the show, and we haven't had time to look at it in all the different software packages that we use to evaluate whether or not there's a tornado. So National Weather Service says there's enough rotation in that storm for a tornado to spin up, and that's enough reason for you to take cover immediately. In other words, don't mess around with these things, because sometimes when they do get going, you don't have a great deal of time to take cover and make precautions. Be very careful. Get to the safe spot of your house. That's away from windows, away from the hot water heater. The lowest level, if you have a basement, is best. And then if you don't have a basement, an interior closet. Any closet without windows is a good place to be. And of course, there's always the bathroom, where if you can drag a mattress or something and lay in the bathtub and cover yourself up, that is also, because bathrooms tend to be stronger because of all the plumbing structure around them. They tend to withstand strong storm winds much better than other parts of the house. Okay, so the tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. That includes just a small part of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. Now, if you're in other parts of the Fox 19 Now viewing area, there are no warnings in effect, but there are some big thunderstorms. There's what now? A new one? Okay, correction. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 6:45. Boone, Kenton, Ohio, and Switzerland counties. So that includes a big part of the most populated part of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. And like all the other warnings that we've been getting today, that warning is for large hail, wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. And in addition to that, of course, you can see the lightning, which is always dangerous, torrential rainfall around the tri-state. Now, you can see that storm doesn't quite make it into Cincinnati, but the parts of the storm, and they may extend that warning on into Hamilton County, but right now Hamilton County is not included. So 6:32, it should make it to downtown Cincinnati. The severe part of that is to the south of downtown Cincinnati. Columbia Township by 6:44, 6:52 over here to New Richmond along the Ohio River in Claremont County. And so this storm runs from Dillsboro and Cedar Creek in southeast Indiana, across the southern part of Dearborn, across Ohio County, crosses the Ohio River and takes up most of the northern part of Boone County right here. So if you are in Florence, you're included in that severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Hebron, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. And here is that storm right here. Curls a little bit northward, crosses the river. So here's Greene Township, here's downtown Cincinnati, and of course there is the heavy rainfall. Now that does not include, according to the information that we just popped up on the screen, that warning does not include Hamilton County, so it doesn't include the Reds ballpark, Great American Ballpark. There are other storms around the tri-state that aren't warned. So right now, 2 warnings in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. The warning that affects the most people is this severe thunderstorm warning. Southern Dearborn, parts of Ohio County here, does not quite touch Switzerland. Most of northern Boone County and the western part, or I'd say most of Kenton County, the northern part of Kenton County also. That's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and the possibility of large hail. The other warning that is in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area is a tornado warning. And again, this is a Radar indicated tornado. We just showed you that we see some rotation in it, and again, not impressive rotation based on tornado standards, but there's enough rotation in this that storm could spin up. Now that includes 5 points, as you see here. That includes the far northern part of Warren County. That's Wayne Township up to the county line. That's the Waynesville area. In addition to that, across that line into southern parts of Preble County, Spring Valley, so a large part of northern Warren County is included, and most of the warning is to the north of that. And then in addition to that, that rotation may make it into the northwestern part of Clinton County. Okay, now just to help you reference yourself, Cedar Creek is up here north of Clinton County. Interstate 71 is right there. So this warning does not go as far south as 71. It just stays in the northwest corner. The radar just updated, and here comes the part of that storm that could produce a tornado in Warren and in Clinton counties. And again, if Ashley, if you get a chance, if we could look over, excuse me, and take a look at rotation again on that storm, what we'll see, get a better idea if the rotation is tightened up and become stronger. Now, what we've got, again, thunderstorms often rotate, and they don't often send out tornadoes. If a tornado forms, it's because a rotating thunderstorm spins up, and the best analogy that everybody's familiar with is an ice skater. Ice skater starts out like this, drops the arms, the rotation rate increases, and that's exactly what happens in a thunderstorm, because the updraft pulls all that stuff together and it makes a narrow little funnel. And again, right here, this is what I'm looking at, and maybe down here also, but I don't see any clear indication of a rotating couplet. And when we always talk about a couplet, it's important to know that one color indicates air moving toward the radar. The other color indicates air moving away from the radar. And in this case, this is off the Wilmington radar, which is down this way. And so I just don't see any clear indication of a good couplet. And again, so if you have air moving like this, air moving like that, you end up with the indication of rotation, and we don't see it. Now, do you see anything that I can't from my perspective, Ashley?
No, I know you can see on Max 2, it's a different color coding, but the same
Right.
data and same thing. It's just difficult to tell.
Okay, yeah, so there's no clear indication. Just like the tornado warning that was issued earlier today that covered parts of northern Kentucky, this one, again, doesn't have any clear indication of rotation. And we see that shape. You see this little notch right here? That is where air is flowing into the thunderstorm, the inflow notch. This would be the wraparound part, or what we often call the hook echo, and it's not a very good hook echo if it is. And so we would look right in this area for that rotation. We just did, and we don't see that. So Spring Valley, if you're watching from out of our viewing area, you are definitely in that tornado warning. And again, if you're looking down here, now most of Warren County is out of danger now. There's still a little bit here, but we're going to hang with this until the rest of this storm clears the Fox 19 now viewing area, and then we'll go back to what we normally do. Everybody's trying to regroup here for what comes up next. But again, Ashley's looking at it on other software. We just don't see much in the way of rotation. And again, here, this would be inflow right here. You see the green? That indicates that, and now the green doesn't, this is light precipitation, but this notch is where the air is flowing in and up in the thunderstorm. This is where it's wrapping around, and so you see a better indication right here near Spring Valley, out of our viewing area, of what could be rotation. Can we check velocity on that one more time, Ashley? And what you'll see, we'll see if it's spun out. See, there's just, right in here is where the greatest chance is based on what the storm looks like. This is just the rear side of the storm, and I don't see anything that would make me think that it's either spun up or started to spin up and it's losing its rotation, but it just doesn't look like there's much out there in the way of rotation. Okay, let's go back to the regular mode here. And I tell you what, we're going to throw it now back to the anchor desk. That storm, you can see the southern edge of it is out of the Fox 19 now viewing area. So I'm going to throw it back to Amber, and Amber will proceed. Ashley and I are going to take a look at these other storms that are around the tri-state, including the severe thunderstorm warning for Boone, Kenton counties. Overall, those are the only warnings in effect. The tornadic thunderstorm is out of the viewing area. The other thunderstorm that's crossing northern Kentucky is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and the possibility of some hail. Those are still in effect, and we'll be back in a few minutes with more. If anything else comes up you need to know about, we'll be back right away, and we'll take a look at the rest of the damage reports and get a better report for you coming up. Amber?
All right, thank you, Steve. We're going to send it out to Ethan Emery. He's in Wilder, Kentucky, in the storm tracker. So, Ethan, what are you seeing out there?
Well, for right now, we got the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for northern portions of Campbell County. It's a pretty good storm. Got some good gusty winds with this. In fact, our photographer, Peyton, was just getting some video. There was a tree limb down, and this tree limb, I'm going to point the camera up towards it really quick. It was on a telephone wire, but the thing is, though, it's just one decent-sized limb. But right now, we are looking at some good heavy rainfall as well as very strong gusty winds up on this hill in Wilder, Kentucky. We're on Wesley Court, if you're familiar with this neighborhood. But we're going to be continuing to monitor those road conditions. I will say, up here throughout Wilder, there's a lot of leaves on the road. So if you are traveling here in northern Campbell County, especially on this hill in Wilder, you do want to take it slow because those leaves could easily slide with the heavy rainfall and could create some sliding on the roadway. So you do want to be careful with that. But we are looking at, we heard some thunder, we saw some flashes of lightning, but at this point, though, that's the only damage we've seen so far in this community from that storm earlier in Campbell County. But we're monitoring this storm now as well as the road conditions in northern Kentucky, and we'll keep you posted with the latest conditions here in the Toyota Storm Tracker. Meteorologist Ethan Emery reporting in Wilder, Kentucky. Back to you.
That rain is coming down. Stay safe out there, Ethan. And remember, the best way to keep track of the forecast is to download our First Alert Weather app, and you can just scan that QR code right there on your screen. You can download it for free, and that will give you live radar, a 10-day forecast, plus lightning reports. And if anything changes, you will get an alert, and it's personalized right to your area.
And breaking now, the House committee investigating January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol is preparing to reveal its findings.
That's right, and we know that several local people have been under investigation. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk with this new information. Jessica?
Of the House committee have been doing some interviews and investigating the attack over the past 11 months. They tell us they've interviewed more than 1,000 people and have only shared snippets of that testimony, but starting tomorrow, they'll be revealing what they know in the first of 6 public hearings. Lawmakers say we will hear from witnesses. They'll also be showing some never-before-seen pictures related to the attack. Now, locally, several people have been accused of being involved. Justin Stoll of Wilmington is one. He pleaded guilty to making interstate threats. Investigators believe he talked about the January 6, 2021 attack online. In Warren County, a couple is facing several charges, including conspiracy and destruction. Prosecutors believe Sandra Parker joined a militia group in breaching the Capitol, while her husband, Benny Parker, communicated with the group while on Capitol grounds. And a Covington man, Nicholas Brockhoff, is facing charges, including obstruction. Investigators believe he sprayed officers with a fire extinguisher that day. So the first House committee hearing is set to start tomorrow at 8 p.m. A U.S. Capitol police officer and a British filmmaker are expected to testify. You can watch that hearing here on Fox 19 Now. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
All right, and we told you. Yeah, you can see the heavy rain and high winds and some toppled trees there. This is video sent to us from Ellesmere. It was sent to us by Jennifer Merrill, so we thank her for that. We encourage you to take pictures and so we can tell people what's happening when it's not in their neighborhood.
Yeah, we're seeing rain across the tri-state. We're going to send it back over to Steve Horsemeyer. So what are you seeing right now, Steve?
Okay, well, first of all, there was a tornado warning in effect up north. That tornado warning is still in effect, but the storm is pulled out of the Fox 19 Now viewing area, so we've stopped covering that. It's no longer a threat to our viewers. Now, there is still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It extends from Dillsboro and southeast Indiana and Dearborn County and parts of Ohio County here across the Ohio River through a good portion of Boone, most of Boone County, and a good portion of Kenton County. We have had no storm reports from this yet, but there is heavy rainfall from Verona to Rising Sun.
There was a wind gust of 69 miles per hour at the airport.
Just a few minutes ago.
2210.
Okay,
yeah.
so just a few minutes ago
Yeah.
at CVG, a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that's why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning. A 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, actually 58 miles an hour is what you need for a severe thunderstorm, so that's well into severe thunderstorm territory. So at CVG, a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that's with this storm that's pushing eastward. Now, the severe thunderstorm warning is beginning to be whittled back, so most of Dearborn County now out of that, just a little bit of Ohio County in it. The rest of the storm is crossing the river into Boone County, and then it's going to continue eastward. Now, we're going to see, I anticipate, since they had a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust at CVG in the Hebron area right up here, that they will extend that severe thunderstorm warning eastward and cover a good portion of Kenton, of the rest of Kenton, Campbell, on into Anderson Township, and perhaps southern parts of Claremont County. And that should happen anytime unless the Weather Service see that decrease in intensity. So by 6:22, the heavy rain part of this will be moving into Florence, into New Richmond over here by 6:48, right here, and then into Tate Township by 7:01. Tate Township is here in the far eastern part of Claremont County. So we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect, and it includes just a little bit of southeast Indiana and most of Boone County and a little part of Kenton County, and we anticipate that that will be extended into Campbell, Claremont, maybe parts of Hamilton County in the next little while because of that report of the 69-mile-an-hour wind gust at CVG. Okay, now what we're going to do here, that's the only warning in effect. If you're in this area, if you're in Ohio, southeastern parts of Dearborn County, if you're in Boone, Kenton, maybe soon into Campbell County, you should be taking cover immediately. That thunderstorm with 69-mile-an-hour winds can take down trees. Trees can take down power lines. It's a very, very dangerous situation, and I urge you not to take it lightly and to be in a safe spot in your home. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to head on over and take a look at the 7-day forecast, because even though we've got severe weather, you've got to know what is coming up. And in the 7-day forecast, you'll see that we've got a big warm-up coming our way. 76 tomorrow, partly cloudy, lower humidity. We're talking about 75 on Friday with a few showers and thunderstorms in the forecast. Just a few, not much, most of the day dry. Saturday and Sunday look delightful for the weekend. Highs upper 70s to around 80. Morning lows pleasantly cool in the 50s with low humidity. Monday and Tuesday also look really nice, but look at that warming trend. 90 on Tuesday, 92 on Wednesday. I think scattered thunderstorms come back into the area during the day on Wednesday. Now, what we're going to try and do here, I'm going to try and get back to the beginning of this routine, and we'll take one more look at that severe thunderstorm warning. If you can move Max 1 over there, Ashley, we'll take a look at that. While she's getting that set up, again, no rain in the forecast tomorrow. Looks like a nice day. If you're going to the Reds game, it's a business day special, so that will be at 12:35. Just a few showers on Friday, and then delightful weather for the weekend. So up there, you just saw that. That's that tornado warning. The storm is out of the viewing area, so it doesn't count. And then, of course, here is the severe thunderstorm warning. You see that little icon pop up there? That's the 69-mile-an-hour wind gust that occurred at CVG. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning will soon be completely eliminated. But right now, Lawrenceburg and Greendale still kind of in it, or close to being in it. Ohio County's kind of in it. Most of Boone County, so if you're in Florence, you're in it. Independence, you're in the warning area, and that includes all the way up into the northern part, north of Interstate 275 in Kenton County. And right now, it looks like that must have weakened, because it doesn't look like the National Weather Service is going to push that any farther to the east. So, control room, how much time do we have? Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes after this break.
Helping you.
Welcome to Casper. This is where dreams begin. Here, a cozy night's sleep is crafted piece by piece, helping you relieve the day's pressures. Fall asleep with ease and stay comfortably cool all night. Awaken the potential of your well-rested self. Casper.
And we're checking traffic on this first alert weather day. This is I-275 headed east right around NKU. As you can see, the roads are wet, but it looks like traffic is moving pretty well. The skies are looking pretty dark as well, so keep that in mind if you're waiting for someone to come home. A man is in critical condition after police say he was shot outside the Little Caesars Pizza restaurant in Hartwell.
And this is what that scene looked like. This is around 6:30 last night. So Cincinnati police say that that man is a Little Caesars employee and that he was shot in the leg. Right now, police are still trying to determine if that shooting happened during a robbery or if it was connected to something else.
Right now, Cincinnati police are searching for this man. They say he's wanted in connection with engaging in unwanted sexual acts and public indecency at the TJ Maxx on Glenway Avenue. Police say the incident happened on June 1st. Pretty clear picture. If you recognize him, call police.
And this is another pretty cool picture that was sent to us from a viewer in Alexandria. And again, we've been continuing to watch all the storms across the tri-state. We want to see what it looks like where you live. You can send in your pictures or your videos that you have of the storm. Just go to fox19.com/pics.
Welcome to Casper. This is where dreams begin. Here, a cozy night's sleep is crafted piece by piece, helping you relieve the day's pressures, fall asleep with ease, and stay comfortably cool all night. Awaken the potential of your well-rested self. Casper.
Weather app. From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
Well, thanks for staying with us 6:30, and we have been having a very active weather day with the rain and the wind and the storms moving through, and today is the first alert weather day.
Yeah, we have the chief on standby. We also have Ashley in the newsroom, and we have Ethan out on the storm tracker. But let's start with the chief tonight. What are we looking at for the rest of the evening?
We're looking at things beginning to calm down. There's still the danger of having a warning or something going out. Right now, you look out there, and hey, it doesn't look too bad with some overcast skies. But there are some big thunderstorms just south of here, and of where you see that shot, and that's right here. And that's the only severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. But before we get to that, everything is beginning to settle down. You've got scattered thunderstorms in the northwest, just west of the city to the northeast. Not much going on across the southern part of northern Kentucky, but we're in the process of quieting down, but we're still not out of danger around the tri-state. So if we zoom in here, you can see that this is the severe thunderstorm warning that has been in effect. We talked about that a few minutes ago. It is no longer in effect for any place in southeast Indiana. So if you're in southeast Indiana, parts of Ohio and Dearborn counties that were under that warning, you are no longer part of that. The danger has ended. This little icon that pops up here, Hebron, that's at CVG. They recorded a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust. And we're looking at this severe thunderstorm move eastward. Most of it now moving east of 71, 75. And Florence, if you're watching from Florence, you're getting some hefty rainfall right now and some lightning and thunder. I've got the lightning turned off so we can see everything else here. That warning extends on over into Taylor Mill to the Piner area, and that storm will continue. We were looking at this, and we're kind of looking at some rotation down here in the southwest part of it, but there's not enough rotation in that to make me think that there will be a tornado. In addition to that, we had some tree damage in that reported from right at I-471 and I-71, but we haven't seen any of that and have been able to find it. So this is the only warning that's in effect for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. If another warning does come up, of course, Ashley will let me know right away. You can see Butler County now pretty much rain-free, just a few spotty showers with nothing heavy. Heavy thunderstorms from Lebanon to South Lebanon, moving north and eastward along the interstate, moving back into Wayne Township and Waynesville here in a little while. Most of Clinton County has some heavy weather going on at the present time. Greenfield, still some heavy rain, but no lightning and thunder, and most of Highland County rain-free. And again, here is that area that's coming out of the severe thunderstorm warning. It's crossing Anderson Township in the southeastern part of Hamilton County, moving on up into the Batavia area, the eastern parts of Claremont County, almost as far north as Loveland, but definitely as far north as Milford, and then across the south, across the southern part, the rural parts of northern Kentucky, still not much going on. So right now, only one warning in effect. That's for parts of Boone and Kenton counties. A big thunderstorm over top of most of the metro area of Cincinnati means heavy rain, means a slow go for anybody trying to get home. Lots of lightning and thunder, some wind gust, but overall things are beginning to settle down. Now we're going to toss it back to out to Ethan Emery, who's been in the storm tracker throughout the day, and he has the latest on what he's seeing and what he has seen throughout the afternoon. Ethan, what's going on?
Hey, Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer. We've been looking at a lot of heavy rainfall here in the Tornado Storm Tracker all afternoon. In fact, take a look at this right now. It is coming down in sheets where we are looking at very heavy rainfall, though it's lightened up a little bit, believe it or not, but we are looking at some more very heavy rainfall. It has reduced visibility quite a bit, and people are slowing down on the highways, though, although this person's just passing us now, driving a little recklessly. If you are traveling this evening, make sure you tell your family or friends who are driving just to take a little bit easy on the pedal, just due to the fact that these roadways quickly getting ponded over. Some hydroplaning could easily happen. But nonetheless, though, we are looking at this thunderstorm is providing us with torrential rainfall and some pretty strong gusty winds with it, although the winds have died down recently, though we are driving closer towards the stronger part of the storm. So we are going to be looking into some more intense winds along with these rains that are coming down with this particular storm. We are on I-71-75, and we are making our way towards near the Wilder area, but we're going to continue going southward and look at the storm that we're dealing with right now. But we'll keep you updated on the latest road conditions here in the Tornado Storm Tracker, reporting in the Wilder area in northern Kentucky. Meteorologist Ethan Emery, Fox 19 Now.
Our code that will appear on your screen right here. You can download it free of charge. It features live radar, the 10-day forecast, and it will tell you when lightning has been spotted in your area. Once again, you get those alerts. They're audible, sent right to your phone. Breaking now, police arrested a man accused of shooting off a gun in Colerain Township.
That's right, and a newly released 911 call is telling us more about what happened.
Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk with more.
Rob, Amber, Coleraine police are telling us a man is in custody in this case, so we're working to find out his name and what charges he's now facing. Police are telling us that this all happened near Pippin and Galbraith around 11:30 this morning. A woman called 911 and told dispatchers a contractor was being attacked and harassed in that area. You can hear her in the call telling the dispatcher the contractor got away from the suspect and made it back into his truck, but the suspect then took out a gun and started shooting it. In the background of the call, you can hear the contractor yelling and saying the shooter is someone who appears to be on drugs. Here are some clips from that 911 call.
He has a gun. He has a gun. He's not even speaking allegedly. He's on something. He's shooting. He's shooting his gun now.
He's all tweaked out, and he was like running after me. Started running away from me, opened up the truck door. I thought he was going to steal the truck. He had a gun on him, too. He pulled the gun out and aimed it at me.
So a second person also called 911. In that call, the person just says that they can hear someone shooting off a gun nearby. Police say no one was hurt in this situation, and again, they've stressed the shooter has been arrested. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
Jessica, thank you. One person is hospitalized after a shooting on Ronald Reagan Highway.
And North College Hill police say that it was a case of road rage that involved a motorcyclist and a driver in a car.
Mike Shell is following this story, joins us live with the latest.
The shooting happened around 11 o'clock this morning on the Ronald Reagan Highway near Hamilton Avenue, where we are now. Police say the driver of a car cut off a man on a motorcycle before he allegedly started firing. North College Hill Police Chief Ryan Schran says the three people in the car were a man, his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's 11-year-old daughter.
He wasn't feeling good. She went to pull over to get to the side of the road because he wasn't feeling good, and they accidentally cut off a motorcycle that was in the same lane. That motorcycle, that suspect has since turned himself in. His name is Grant Brown Jr. But when I guess he was cut off, he pulled out a Glock 9mm pistol from a bag that he had on the tank of his motorcycle and fired a round into that car, striking the male passenger.
And missing the 11-year-old in the back seat by less than a foot, according to the chief.
The black and red motorcycle, that is your shooter, is a black and red motorcycle, and he shot into a silver 2018 Jeep that struck a male.
He just told us that that the vehicle cut him off and that he fired one round into the car in self-defense. Which
Self-defense?
That's what he's claiming.
The chief says Brown consulted with an attorney and was advised to turn himself in with the weapon he used. Detectives retrieved the firearm when Brown told them,
"Hey, the gun's in the car." They went out and retrieved the gun. The gun happened to be in his unloaded and in his helmet that he had brought in with him.
The victim has not been identified. Police say he was grazed along his back and is expected to be okay. Grant Brown of Coleraine Township, meanwhile, is behind bars at the Hamilton County Justice Center, charged with felonious assault. Reporting from North College Hill, Mike Shell, Fox 19 Now.
Cincinnati State offering a bachelor's degree in nursing, why this is important, and how it could help you and your family.
Switching to Allstate is easy, and saving is even easier. Click for a low auto rate today.
Fox 19 Now, sponsored by Turfway Park Racing and Gaming. A new winning legacy begins this September at Turfway Park Racing and Gaming.
And again, today's the first alert weather day, and we've been watching this storms kind of moving throughout the tri-state. And now there's a new warning.
Yeah, Steve, tell us about it.
As a matter of fact, there's a new warning, and in addition to that new warning, a warning that was in effect has been expanded. So as soon as we get to me on camera, we'll show you that coming up here. Here you have it. You've got severe thunderstorm warning, which includes the eastern part, actually northeastern part of Ripley County. It does not include Sunman. It does not include Versailles. It includes the area in between the two. And this severe thunderstorm is heading right at Manchester in Dearborn County. So this is the Ripley County, Dearborn County line. And again, we point this out all the time, but notice what we have here. We've got this big thunderstorm, and this is the indicator of a hail core. Hail core requires a big, strong updraft, a big, strong thunderstorm. And so if you are in this part of Ripley County, between Versailles and Sunman, along the county line with Dearborn County, you may pick up some large hail and some gusty winds. This is moving toward Manchester. So from Manchester north of that, there's the possibility of getting some very large hail in the next little while. This storm is moving south and eastward. Lawrenceburg, Greendale are both included in this severe thunderstorm warning. It goes almost downriver to the Verona area. So Verona is just outside of the warning. And that severe thunderstorm warning, again, for wind gusts that could cause damage, 60 miles an hour or a little bit higher, and for the possibility of large hail. And this is indicating that, yeah, there's a pretty good chance. Now, it's done by a computer algorithm, which isn't perfect, but it is good enough that if you are in the area to the west of Manchester, be aware that large hail could cause some damage. And again, large hail can be very damaging to the human body too, so you want to be inside for that, along with the lightning and everything else that comes with that. That severe thunderstorm warning does also include the western part here near Petersburg of Boone County. As that storm has southeastward, it'll make it to Boone County in a short time. Okay, then we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this is actually overlapping warnings. This is the one we talked about before, but they've kind of replaced one warning with two. And you have most of Boone County now back under a severe thunderstorm warning. That includes 71, 75, all the way down to Richwood and the Split. That includes the Florence area. That includes Union. So all those communities that I just mentioned are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, then farther to the east, severe thunderstorm warning extends from actually parts of Kenton County across the Licking River into Campbell County, and that extends all the way into the southern part of Claremont County, and this is the northern part of Pendleton, and then, of course, the northern part of Bracken County. So it does include Foster, Kentucky, it includes Moscow, it includes New Richmond, it includes all of Campbell County with the exception of the areas north of Interstate 275 near the city, that also for large hail and the possibility of damaging winds. And so we've got a situation that continues to evolve. And we mentioned before when the stuff had calmed down that we still weren't out of the woods, and we'll continue to see issues like this. Now, earlier, this indicates that there was a wind gust at CVG to 69 miles an hour, so we could see wind gusts that high. But right now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for a good portion of northern Kentucky. That includes, we're going to back up here, and also parts of southeast Indiana. And so here's the severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Indiana. It includes everything in Ripley County from Versailles to Sunman, basically within a few miles of the county line with Dearborn. Manchester now undergoing that strong thunderstorm in Dearborn County. You're under that warning. In addition to that, there's large hail possible, but the hail indicator has kind of disappeared, indicating that that storm may be weakening a little bit. It's moving eastward. Bright, Indiana is right on the northern border of that warning. Lawrenceburg, Greendale are in that warning, and Verona is on the southern border of that warning, which extends across the Ohio River into the Petersburg area of Boone County. So we've got shower and thunderstorm activity moving into that warning. The other warning actually has more people involved with it because it's closer into the city. That includes most of Boone County here. Okay, so Florence is involved with that. Union's included in that. Richwood is in that severe thunderstorm warning, as is all of Interstate 71, 75 through Boone County. and through parts of Kenton County. Now notice this severe thunderstorm warning does not extend northward to the Ohio River when you get to near downtown Cincinnati, and really it includes just a little sliver of Anderson Township right along the Ohio River in the far southeastern part. There are a couple parks in that there along the river, and so and people that are down that way already know because they've had several minutes of fairly heavy thunderstorm activity. Well, that thunderstorm will continue to move eastward at a pretty good clip. So Visalia, all the Licking Rivers included, along with Taylor Mill. As you cross Campbell County, it'll make it to the Ohio River. So New Richmond, Moscow, Foster, Kentucky included in that. And one thing I want you to notice here, watch how this storm, watch right down here. See that little area move really rapidly northward? Right here, you see it right there. Enjoying the thunderstorm. That's indicative of what we call a low-level jet, feeding warm, moist air into the thunderstorm. So most of northern Kentucky showing up here not only has this thunderstorm to contend with, but may see additional thunderstorm activity coming your way. And again, if we look at southeast Indiana, after I go over this one more time, I'm throwing it back to the anchor desk just to let them know it is coming. So from Sunman to Versailles in the eastern part of Ripley County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That severe thunderstorm warning crosses all of Dearborn County from Brighton in the north to Verona in the south, which is out of Dearborn County, I know. Includes Manchester, Lawrenceburg, Greendale, and includes the Petersburg area of Boone County, okay? They've just dropped this one right here. So Hebron, Florence, and Taylor Mill are no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning because they just dropped, and now the severe thunderstorm warning extends from Taylor Mill to Visalia to Piner, and then eastward through Campbell County, the northern parts of Pendleton and Bracken counties, on into Clermont County and all the communities there. So Bethel, Williamsburg is just out of it. Pierce Township, New Richmond, Moscow, Foster, all under that severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in any of the communities I just mentioned, take cover. These are big, powerful storms. And now Ashley's got something new for us. Ashley, what do you have?
So we want to first talk about some of the storm reports that we've had across the area so far today. Of course, we've had reports of some large hail, reports of flooding. We've actually seen just about everything. No confirmed tornadoes for us. However, there was a confirmed tornado north of Dayton earlier today near the Troy, Ohio area. So there has been, of course, the same storms that did have reports of some severe weather. Can we take this full? Because I want to show you some of these storm reports, some of the strongest storm reports that we've had so far today. So take a look at this. We actually had a wind gust reported that was actually at CVG that was 69 miles per hour. Now that was after these reports of damage. So we had a couple of reports of damage in Kenton and Campbell counties. These were some trees snapped, and actually our Ethan Emery did confirm that he saw some trees down in that area. And then we also had, again, that report of a 69 mile per hour wind gust that was reported at CVG, and that was also a storm that had a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it as well. Ethan Emery mentioned also that they actually saw some trees that were on power lines, and so that's something that we've seen around the area as well. We will talk more about that coming up here in just a bit, but I want to send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer to talk more about the storms that are happening right now.
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, let's quickly review the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, and we'll throw it back to the anchor desk unless something else comes up. Okay, now you can see the severe thunderstorm warning continues in Ripley County, but most of Ripley County is pretty much out of danger. That warning extends from Versailles to Sunman. When you cross over into Dearborn County, Manchester's included in that, and a good portion of Dearborn County is included. Lawrenceburg, Greendale, just on the northern edge of it is Bright, and south of Dearborn County, Verona is just on the southern edge of it. It extends eastward into Boone County, including Petersburg. That's for this cell that is moving eastward. It should be to Petersburg in 15 minutes. Okay, then you can see the blank area here, which formerly was a warning. That warning's expired, and the only warning that is now in effect east of that is this one that extends basically from the center part of Kenton County. So Piner's included, Taylor Mill's included, Visalia's included, all the Licking River here, which is the county line between Campbell and Kenton County, is included. Almost all of Campbell County is included, except the far northern parts of these counties right near the Cincinnati area. So that would mean downtown Newport, downtown Covington, Cincinnati, not included in that, and only a little sliver here south of Interstate 275 in Anderson Township, from 275 south to the river is included. That includes the Ohio River east of Campbell County, so Pierce Township in Claremont County, New Richmond, Moscow, and Foster, Kentucky are also included. And this is the little part of Pendleton County that's included. Then in addition, we have parts of Bracken County included in that, but it looks like most of that will stay north. That's it for the warnings at the present time. The tornado watch continues till 10 o'clock. If anything comes up, we'll break back in and let you know. Right now we go back to the anchor desk.
All right, thank you, Steve. Well, gas prices across the city have at times reached $5 a gallon, and now local nonprofits and volunteer agencies say that the need for volunteer drivers is at an all-time high.
Kendall Hyde joins us from Meals on Wheels after speaking with them on the impact of increasing gas prices.
Officials with Meals on Wheels say every year they deliver around 1 million meals to residents of Southwest Ohio and Northern Kentucky. The problem comes in for the delivery drivers. They say right now they're paying anywhere from $60 to $100 a week just to fill up their tanks. Henry and Evelyn Depew started using Meals on Wheels services last year once Henry fell and lost his mobility.
Ended up going to the hospital several days and then to the nursing home for about 2 weeks. So then they sent him home, and he had therapy at home for quite a while.
With Henry having limited mobility, Evelyn says she can't leave him at home to go grocery shopping.
They got him a shower bench and a handheld shower, and that's been a blessing. And the meals have been a blessing.
On top of the free and discounted meals, the organization also offers rides to and from medical appointments to allow people to continue to live at home comfortably and avoid moving into a nursing home. However, that convenience has become harder for the company.
Gas prices have impacted us in a number of ways. It's really a perfect storm. You know, we drive 80,000 miles a month across all of our services, so it's an additional almost $9,000 a month in expenses that we're seeing as a result of the increased prices.
I followed around one of the Meals on Wheels drivers Wednesday morning. We saw gas prices in the area reach $5.09. On top of the gas prices, CEO Jennifer Steele says that the company is battling food shortages and inflation at the grocery store.
It's a double whammy for us. We produce and deliver more than 1.2 million meals a year.
The team says they provide meals based on the client's dietary needs, and buying many of the needed items costs more than usual.
Before COVID and inflation, it costs us on average $6.50 to produce and deliver a meal. It now costs us between $10 and $12. It's a doubling.
Meals says they're thankful for all of the delivery drivers that they had, but to help their budget, they need more volunteers. And if you'd like to volunteer, they're asking you to please give them a call. At Meals on Wheels, Kendall Hyde, Fox 19 Now.
And breaking now, the Associated Press is reporting that the U.S. House has voted to set a minimum age of 21 years old for buying semi-automatic weapons. This in response to the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. The measure now moves to the Senate, where it is not expected to pass. This according to the Associated Press.
And again, today is the first alert weather day, and the best way to keep track of the forecast is to download our app right there. If you just scan the QR code, it will take you to our website where you can download it for free. And again, the app, it will feature live radar, a 10-day forecast, plus your lightning reports, and it's all personalized to where you live. We'll be back after this.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room, you have the power to make them feel right at home. WXIX, a taste of welcome.
Once I found Upstart, I was kind of relieved. They're interested in my background. They were looking at more than just my credit score. I was able to get my money fast. I was able to consolidate all of those credit cards into one payment.
Want to lower your car payments? Upstart makes it easy to refinance your auto loan. It takes just minutes to check your rate. Borrowers save an average of $4,800 plus over the lifetime of their loan. To save more of your money, go to upstart.com to refinance your auto loan.
Hi, everybody. Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer here. We came back to us right away because they've just issued a new tornado warning, which includes part of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. So from Wilmington southward in the southeastern part of Clinton County, across the county line, on into the northern part of Highland County, does not include Hillsborough, does not include Greenfield in the far northeastern corner of the county, but it does include most of the northern part of Highland County. That tornado warning, again, issued based on radar-indicated thunderstorm. And let's see if we can find out some information on it here. So that's a tornado warning that is in effect until 7:15 p.m. It includes Clinton, Fayette, and Highland counties, and a little bit of area outside of our viewing area, but not Washington Courthouse. And again, that tornado warning is for winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. It takes 58 miles an hour for it to be a severe thunderstorm, and the possibility of large hail. And then since it's a tornado warning, anywhere within that thunderstorm that the tornado would form, the winds, of course, could be expected to be higher. Now, what we're going to do here, Ashley is over there taking a look at some radar software that we use. It's got a very sophisticated algorithm to help find rotation. And when she gets done with that, we'll look at that in a little bit more detail. But that tornado warning is in effect for parts of Clinton and Highland counties in our viewing area until 7:15. And what do you do when a tornado warning is in effect for your area? You take cover immediately. So it does not include Wilmington at the present time. It includes a few of the communities just south of Wilmington. It does not include Hillsborough, and it doesn't include Greenfield, which is behind this banner here, Greenfield in the far northeastern corner of the county. And so everybody else that's in there is also included in that. And you just saw some new warnings pop up also to the south of that. And so we'll look at those here in just a minute. But the tornado warning in effect for parts of Clinton and Highland counties until about 7:15 p.m. And again, that is a tornado warning based on radar information, based on the possibility of rotation, and that could lead to a quick spin up and to a quick touchdown. So if you are in the parts of Clinton County, south of Wilmington, eastward to the county line, across the county line into the northern part of Hillsborough County, but not including Greenfield or Hillsborough, you are looking at the possibility of a tornado touching down and being a problem. Let's get rid of some stuff here if we can. And what we'll see here is there are some severe thunderstorm warnings that have also just been issued for parts of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag the map northward here, and we'll take a look at where those are and do a query on them to find out the information about it. Okay, this is the one we looked at before. It included parts of Kenton and most of Campbell County, with the exception of a little sliver up here to the north near the city. It includes a little part of Anderson Township, and then it extends all the way over into the southern half of Claremont County, but not including Batavia. The new warning goes farther to the east. It includes Bethel in Claremont County, everything from Bethel a little bit northward and all the way south to the Ohio River. It includes Georgetown and Mount Orb in Brown County. Farther to the east, it includes West Union, not quite the Peebles, but most of the western part of Adams County included in that severe thunderstorm warning. And then it does include the southern part of Highland County. So Morristown, not on the map here, but you are included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Now that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Let's see if we can query that one and find out. That particular severe thunderstorm warning is been issued by the National Weather Service and will be in effect till 7:45. And again, it is for the possibility of a tornado, the tornado warning's up to the north, up here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is for the possibility of severe thunderstorm winds in excess of 60 miles an hour and the possibility of large hail. And we have had some hail estimated at 1.75 inches during the day. Only a few reports of that, but overall that's enough. It's large enough hail. It's golf ball size hail. It can fall at about 100 miles an hour. If it hits you in the noggin, it can do serious damage. So just because hail's there, you ought to make sure that you basically stay inside with that. Okay, let's clear that off and go back up to the tornado warning. Ashley is monitoring this. Ashley, you have any reports of damage or anything from around there?
No reports of damage. There is definitely some rotation on it. It's hard because of the location of the radar.
Right.
and there was, on correlation coefficient, there was some debris detected there as well.
Whereabouts?
It was south of New Vienna.
Okay, so it's basically in the south of Wilmington
Kind
here.
of right on the border.
With Highland County. So Ashley just said right here we had we can do debris detection with Doppler radar. That's something that allows us to tell when there was a touchdown or potentially a touchdown. And so right on the border of Highland and Clinton counties near New Vienna, the possibility of a tornado touchdown based on radar indicated debris detection algorithms. So we're going to keep an eye on that and find out if there are any reports of that. But so far, and that's not unusual, you don't get a lot of storm reports while the storm is ripping up the area. People generally pretty smart about that. They wait until the danger's gone, and then they go out, and then they report that to the National Weather Service office. So that tornado warning, once again, the tornado warning is in effect for a little while. Yeah, let's move the map back here a little bit, and we can give us some room to work now. And take a look at that tornado warning again, and the tornado warning, you see where it's in effect, and that is in effect, one more time, Steve, we'll try it one more time here. Maybe two. There we go. Tornado warning in effect till 7:15 p.m. Right now, the time is 6:58, so it's in effect for another 17 minutes. And as we usually do, when there is the possibility of a tornado, we stay on the air with this so that we can pass along any information to you as quickly as possible. And Ashley's over here with it. If anything comes to her, she'll let us know immediately so you know. But again, this is a tornado warning for the eastern parts of Clinton County, and it's also in effect for a good portion of Highland County. And it does not include Wilmington, it does not include Blanchester, it does not include Hillsborough, and it does not include Greenfield. It's a relatively small area. And then right here near New Vienna, along the county line between Clinton and Highland counties, radar showed what we call as a debris signature. We call it debris detection because big pieces of stuff that get thrown up by a tornado are all different sizes. The radar can tell you that there's a big mix of sizes, and that's a good indication that there may have been a touchdown. So that is the tornado warning that's in effect, again, for the Fox 19 Now viewing area. If you're just joining us, this may be new information to you. If you've been watching for a while, we always get the question, why do you keep repeating yourself? That's because not everybody is watching all the time. Some people are joining us as it progresses, and they need to know that also. So here is Clinton County, Wilmington right up here, Blanchester right down here. This is the southeastern part of Clinton County, does not include Wilmington. Along the county line with Highland County near New Vienna, radar showed what we call a debris signature, so the possibility that a tornado did touch down there. We don't have any confirmation yet from the National Weather Service. All we know is that there is a tornado warning in effect because of rotation that was seen on radar and because of the possibility of a touchdown as indicated by debris detection algorithms. So that is the only tornado warning that is in effect for the tri-state. And again, that includes a good portion of Clinton County, which you can see right there, a good portion of Highland County. And when you have a situation like this, oftentimes what's really important is the areas that are not included in that. And so what's important here is that Wilmington is just on the edge of this. So just south of Wilmington, you're included. But if you're north of Wilmington, you're not in that tornado warning. That heads to the south. That includes the area here in Highland County, north of Hillsborough, but to the west of Greenfield. And overall, what we've got coming our way then is a shower and thunderstorm activity that potentially could cause a tornado warning. And again, this tornado warning is in effect until 7:15. We're going to stay here on the air. Ashley is scanning all the information coming in from the National Weather Service and from other sources. And so far, we have no confirmation that a tornado touched down, but we do have an indication from radar, from the debris detection algorithm, that there may have been a brief touchdown near New Vienna along the county line with Clinton and Highland. Okay, so that is the tornado warning that's in effect, and if you're in that area, you should be taking cover immediately. Don't wait whatsoever. Down to the south, you also have this severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, and that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, if I remember correctly, until 7:45. Yes, so 7:45 p.m. That severe thunderstorm warning includes areas off this map here, and I'll show you those in just a minute, but it does also include the southern part of Highland County, so around the Morristown area, you're included in in the severe thunderstorm warning. You go to Hillsborough, not in a warning. You go north of Hillsborough, that's where the tornado warning is, with the potential for a radar-indicated touchdown. Okay, so let's take a look at what the rest of this warning looks like. I can drag the map up to the north here, and if we drag the map northward, you can see that there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Still in effect for this portion of Kenton County. They'll be canceling that pretty quickly. Almost all of Campbell County is in that severe thunderstorm warning. It does not include the far northern part, roughly north of Interstate 275 is not in the warning. When it crosses the river, it does just nip a little bit of Anderson Township here. So if you're in Anderson Township, it only includes the areas from I-275 south to the river. So just a little sliver there of Anderson Township. But there are dog parks and parks all along the river and stuff there near California, Ohio, that are affected by that. Southern part of Claremont County under a warning. Actually, there's two different warnings that butt up here. It does not include Batavia, but Bethel is included in that severe thunderstorm warning, as is other communities, as are other communities in that part of Claremont County. And Mount Orb and Georgetown included in that. It does not include the parts of the Ohio River that head down toward Maysville, so it doesn't include the far southern part there of Brown County, but it does include Georgetown, surrounding communities. West Union is also included in that. Peebles is just outside of it, and the southern part of Highland County. So that is the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for large hail and wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. And again, let's go back up to the north here, and we'll take a look at, again, that tornado warning. So if you're just joining us, there is a tornado warning in effect for parts of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. That includes Clinton County, okay? Wilmington itself not included in that, but just south of Wilmington, you're included. North of Wilmington, everything, there's no warning out at all. That tornado warning extends over into northern Highland County, but does not include Greenfield, does not include Hillsborough, and that was issued for the possibility, based on radar, of a tornado, and Ashley was talking about seeing a debris signature right near New Vienna on the county line between Highland and Clinton counties. We have no other information about that yet, and for a good reason, and the storms are still roaring through that area, and until those storms are gone, people can't safely go outside and report any damage to the National Weather Service. So it's not unusual, excuse me, in situations like this for there to be a lag in the incoming information about tornadoes. So what we're looking at here, again, a tornado warning. Includes the northern part of Highland County, the southeastern part of Clinton County. That tornado warning is in effect until the 15 after the hour, about another 10 minutes. And if that is canceled before then, we will send you back to programming. Of course, that's Wheel of Fortune right now. So we're sorry if we're interrupting your normal viewing of Wheel of Fortune, but this is important because there is the possibility that a tornado touched down here in this part of the county. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I think I see something which may, here in the last couple of frames, which may give us a little bit more information on this. You can see you kind of see the hook echo right there. And Ashley, can you take over controlling Max 1? Yes. And take us to velocity, and we'll see if that continues. So it's looking like the southern parts of this tornado warning are not in any danger of a tornado touching down. And then and what I'm pointing out, notice how this right there, as it crosses the county line, you see what looks like, well, there it is. Okay, watch. And we're awful, and Ashley mentioned this before, when you get too close to the radar is not much good for indicating that. And so there are other radars that we can look at to find that out. But right now, it doesn't look to me like it's a tornado signature in the northern part of Highland County. It looks more like that inflow and outflow. You know, you felt the cold air coming out of a thunderstorm. But we did see what looked like a debris signature on the county line between Clinton and Highland counties, right on here near New Vienna earlier, and that could indicate that there was a brief touchdown of a tornado in that area. Okay, so if we're looking at this here, you can see that New Vienna, right there, basically on the county line, is where we may have seen that debris signature, and there may have been a touchdown. That storm is now moving off to the east here, so right in there, there's New Vienna. That's where there potentially was a touchdown. Again, The storms are still roaring through that area, so we don't have any information. People don't like to put themselves in danger to report that. And then here's the part of the storm now from Highland in Highland County down to Penn Township. This, right near 72 there, is the area that may have had enough rotation to to spawn a brief touchdown of a tornado a little bit earlier. And you can still see it. Okay, let's again, before there was Doppler radar, we had to use classic symbols. Here's the inflow right here. See this notch right here? So this is where the air is flowing into and up in the thunderstorm, and then everything else with the rotation wraps around it like this. So right in here, if we're going to see rotation, is where there would be. And we just looked at that velocity, and it looks like it might have what we call sheared out temporarily. And I don't see or didn't see enough rotation for me to worry about there still being a tornado, but the warning is still in effect. The National Weather Service still thinks that there's enough rotation for another tornado to touch down, and that can often happen. Sometimes you get the tornado touching down, it lifts back up, and a new one forms.
Oh,
but
we've got a new warning.
okay, new tornado warning. Okay. So we just did they get rid of the old one, or is that further north?
It's further north.
Okay, so we've got a new tornado warning now, and that is for Eagle Township. Remember, we just mentioned Morristown being in the severe thunderstorm warning. Well, Morristown, you're now under a tornado warning, and that extends across southern Highland County all the way over here. This is the home county of meteorologist Ethan Emery, by the way. Eagle Township, right along Route 32 there, and from Sardinia eastward, and then over towards Scott Township, and all along the Highland County, Adams, and Brown County lines. Now, what Ashley's going to do is she's going to take a look at the velocity pattern here, because this is looking really suspicious right there near Morristown. So, hey, if you're in Morristown, until we can get a better fix on this, you ought to be taking cover immediately. There is the possibility of a tornado right here. Now, right, you see where the green and the red are juxtaposed? I don't see much in the way of rotation. Ethan, you start on the other software and tell me if you see any rotation in this cell or not.
He definitely does.
Sardinia.
Okay, near Sardinia. Okay, so, okay, and I see it right here now. You see the brighter green here and the red? So right here is where the circulation would be. So if you're in Sardinia over to Morristown, again, this is moving mostly east, so it's going to stay mainly south of Morristown, but from Morristown to Sardinia to Eagle Township, in this area, you should be taking cover immediately. And look, right there, doesn't that look to you like it's a small tornado signature?
Yeah, this I would say is the greatest indication we've had so far.
Okay, can you switch over to debris detection and see if we can see that too? So this is just basically, so right in here, just to the east now of Sardinia, or Sardinia as Ethan called it, right along Route 32, that's where a tornado either may be forming, beginning to touch down, or on the ground. Well, I don't know. That looks like that could be a debris signature, but it's too far removed from where we actually saw the circulation. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at the possibility of a tornado touching down in parts of our viewing area. Okay, Sardinia, right here is in the northern part of Brown County, just south of Morristown, which is in southern Highland County. And right in here, east of Sardinia, over toward Eagle Township is where the circulation is moving that may very well cause a tornado to touch down. So if you're in Sardinia, you're pretty much out of danger now because the circulation is east. But if you're in this, see the inflow right here. Whenever you see an inflow notch like this, it's that extreme, there's a lot of rotation then in this thunderstorm. So the area of the thunderstorm that could cause a tornado, not quite yet, to Eagle Township. You can see the inflow moving up toward Morristown, and right in here is where the rotation is taking place. And what do you see on normalized rotation, Ethan? Let me know. Just tell me before you get your mic on.
Decent rotation.
As what?
Decent rotation just to the east of Sardinia.
Okay, just to the east, and is it pretty decent, pretty strong?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we're saying. Based on what we've seen here, based on this strong inflow, lots of circulation.
It's a confirmed tornado, by the way.
Okay, when it's now confirmed by?
Yep, it was observed near Sardinia.
By?
Weather Service just says it was confirmed.
Okay, so
east at 45 miles an hour.
Okay, so
they mentioned the debris ball as well.
okay, so National Weather Service mentioned what we saw on radar with the other one. They mentioned they saw a debris ball with this, or tornadoes often have debris that they've loft. Radar picks that up. and we call that debris detection. And you can see, so they saw that. It was observed by an observer that reported it to the National Weather Service, and so we definitely have a tornado that touched down at least east of Sardinia. Now, when you get over and get the final analysis of it, it may have touched down before that. But here are the things we look at. Okay, remember, here is the inflow right here. This is what we call a rear flank downdraft, and so when you get those two, it's a pretty strong storm. And so right in here is that circulation that may cause a tornado. So it was east of Sardinia. It's moving east along, crossing Route 32. And if you're in Eagle Township, if you're in Morristown, don't mess around with this. Get to your safe spot. It could definitely be a quick tornado touchdown in the Fox 19 Now viewing area. And again, Eagle Township, north to the county line with Highland County, across the county line into Morristown is where we may see some of that circulation. You know what we can do here? Let me try and change it over to tornado rotation here. And we may be able to see that a little bit better. It doesn't look like this is working at the present time, so I'll let just Ashley turn it on manually. So again, down here, and then now it's in the northeastern corner of Brown County. If you're in Russellville, if you're in Georgetown, you're not in danger of encountering a tornado. But if you are in Eagle Township and you're in Morristown, that's where it may be. Now, can you zoom in a little bit on this and give us a little bit bigger view here? And again, this is what we saw. We saw it reported just east of Sardinia near Route 32, moving to the east. And you see the lighter green here right on the Highland County, Brown County line. That is definitely where there could be a tornado. And what do you see down here south of Eagle Township, Ashley? That's just the other warning showing through. So right here, in the northern part of Eagle Township, the southern part of Highland County, the possibility of a tornado. It's a confirmed tornado according to the National Weather Service. In addition to that, they observed on radar what we call a debris ball. We also talk about the tornado detection algorithm. And so we have a confirmed tornado for the northern part of Brown County. And the way this moves, it's moving more east, but if it moves a little bit to the northeast, that could involve the southern part of Highland County. And you can see it right here. Ethan, when you get a chance, pin down where the rotation is now, and if it's stronger or weaker than it was when you last talked to me. And that's what we're talking about. So Morristown itself is pretty much out of danger of having a tornado touchdown because this is moving east very, very quickly. Eagle Township, if you're in Eagle Township, you should be taking cover immediately, and we haven't forgotten about the one up to the north. Okay, so is that...
It looks like it's been canceled.
Okay, so that tornado warning was scheduled to end at 7:15, and it looks like they let that end. And so in the northern part of Highland County and Clinton County, no longer a tornado danger. That tornado warning is over. The tornado warning continues here for the southern part of Highland County, the northeastern part of Brown County, heading on into Adams County. What do you got, Ethan?
Okay, so the rotation has weakened a little bit. However, there's still some indication there could be some broad rotation just to the south of Morristown, right on the county line.
Okay, so and that's you can just see the shade of green there. So right there, any small communities you're familiar with, and right there or is it just pretty rural area?
Morristown, right around Ohio Route 321.
Okay. Okay, so around Route 320, Ohio Route 321, south of Morristown, into the northern part of Brown County. That is where the circulation is, and that's where there could be a tornado that has already touched down. It's been confirmed by the National Weather Service and by radar indicating debris that's been lofted by the funnel. And now it's about to move into the northwestern parts of Adams County. So as you head to the east of Morristown, what communities are there, Ethan?
Towards Morristown?
East of Morristown.
East of Morristown. So Sugar Tree Ridge, right along Ohio Route, well, actually, it's U.S. Route 62. And then it's also including Ohio Route 247. It's pretty rural areas. There's Fairfax. There's also Sugar Tree Ridge.
Okay.
But it's very, very hilly, too.
Ethan grew up in Highland County. He knows the geography, and so the hilly topography of that part of Highland County also works against tornadoes being able to stay on the ground for a long time. So here's the tornado warning. It's in effect. Now, again, we've already said as it's moving eastward, it takes a little while for the National Weather Service to drop this, but Morristown and Eagle Township are pretty much out of danger now. As we head eastward, if you're along 247, which is over this way through Scott Township, if you're around 136, which runs north and south from basically Highland County into Adams County, be aware that a tornado could be touching down and all the way over to the northern parts of Scott Township, Bratton Township, and out of our viewing area, Brush Creek. So, and then we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for a large area to the south of that. It extends from Kenton and Campbell counties into Claremont County, all the way across into Adams County.
Yeah, the one to the west just got issued. So.
Okay.
But the good news is I think once those storms that are really just now moving into Boone County, once they move through, we're in the clear. So these warnings that we have right now likely could be the last.
Okay, let's zoom it out and take a wide view so people can get an idea what's going on. Then we'll come back to that tornado warning that's in effect for Highland and Adams counties. Okay, again, Ashley just mentioned that. The stuff that's moving into Boone County, once that gets through, you see it right here, there is nothing else out there. So we're talking about an end to this in downtown Cincinnati, and that in the next half hour or so. It's going to take a couple hours for it to get all the way east out of the Fox 19 Now viewing area in the area. Now let's go back to that tornado warning. Tornado warning in effect. And again, sometimes you have a tornado warning because somebody saw one or confirmed a touchdown. Most of the time, it's radar indicated. This started out as a radar indicated tornado warning. It was near Sardinia, or Sardinia, if you prefer, and that was issued by the National Weather Service. Subsequent to the issuance of that, it was observed as a tornado, and radar indicated it based on what we call a debris ball. A debris ball is just a signature on radar that indicates stuff of all different sizes and shapes being lofted by the tornado, and that is picked up on radar and gives us an idea of what's going on. Okay, so let's look at this without looking at velocity. This is the typical thing we look for. You see this notch right here? That is strong inflow into that thunderstorm. Okay, now that strong inflow comes in, wraps around, and goes up in the thunderstorm, and then this part of the thunderstorm wraps around that. So you've got this motion, you've got this motion, and that indicates the broad circulation. The broad circulation of a thunderstorm then has to spin up, okay? And again, the easiest way to explain it, think of the ice skater, arms out, drops the arms, rotation rate increases. Same kind of thing happens in a thunderstorm. It's just that it's stretched vertically and becomes narrower and spins more rapidly. Okay, so the tornado warning continues. Now we have it confirmed near Sardinia. Now, if you're in Eagle Township, Morristown, Mount Orb, you're completely out of danger of any kind of tornado touching down. It has already moved over into Adams County. And here's what we've got. Again, I don't see so much of a pattern here. This is the correlation coefficient or debris detection. I don't see a pattern of debris that may be being lofted at the present time, although it could be, but remember, it was up in the north, so northern part of Adams County, right through here, northern parts of Scott Township, all the way over toward Peebles, you might see a tornado touchdown. The rotation's still weakening?
So it's weakened a little bit, but it's still maintained itself. And it's actually near Belfast now. It's actually very close to where I'm from on Ohio Route 73. And it's moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. So it's moving pretty quickly.
Okay, so and that was Ethan Emery, meteorologist Ethan Emery, who's from the Highland County area. And if it's moving at 45 miles an hour, it doesn't give you very long. If it's a mile away, that only gives you a little bit more than a minute to take cover. So if you're in this area, you should be taking cover. Now, where'd you say it was near what?
Belfast, right along Ohio Route 73. I'll go ahead and zoom that in for you.
Okay, so in Belfast, in the southern part of Highland County. So this storm is actually moving a little bit to the northeast. Okay, so Belfast may not be on our database.
Yeah, it's just the south and west of Marshall.
Okay, so south and west of Marshall and Highland County is where the rotation is and where there might be a tornado ready to touch down in the area. Let's drag that map further north and let's zoom out a little bit and go back to reflectivity so that we can see what's going on a little bit better here. Okay, so this is where Belfast is, right in here, right? Right about here? Okay, so this notch, Ethan just mentioned near Belfast in Highland County. And again, this is a really sharp, well-defined notch of inflow, okay? That inflow goes into the storm, it curls around the storm. This part of the storm circulates around that, and you get a circulation going, which the updraft of the thunderstorm stretches and makes narrow into a tornado, and that's apparently what happened. So we had a confirmed touchdown Near Sardinia, the touchdown was observed by a person who reported it to the National Weather Service, and radar indicated with a debris detection algorithm that may very well have been the case. We don't have any other information for it. Now, again, the tornado warning has now been whittled back. This is what the National Weather Service does. They issue a warning. When an area is no longer in danger, they remove that area from the tornado warning. So Morristown is no longer in the warning. Sardinia is no longer in the warning. Nothing in Brown County is included in the warning any longer. That includes now northern parts of Adams County, does not include Winchester, just the northern parts of Scott Township, and it does not include anything around around State Route 32. That is all far to the south of that. Bratton Township, Brush Creek, all may end up with the possibility of a tornado touchdown in the area. And again, this is what you normally see on radar. This is the rainfall coming down. This is really, really heavy rainfall here. And what we see is this is the inflow notch right here. Okay, here's the storm wrapping around. And so in this area of southern Highland County, you may very well see a tornado touchdown. Notice it just updated and moved to the east a little bit. This inflow notch is still well defined. And so across the southern part of Highland County, maybe extending a little bit into the northern part of Adams County, this is where the circulation is. Can we take a look at velocity and see what it's looking like? And yeah, Ethan, what's up?
Okay, so I've been looking at some velocity scans off screen, and there is some broad rotation near Tranquility, near Seaman, also towards Serpent Mound, which is just northern Adams County, right along the Highland County, Adams County line.
Okay, so you just heard him mention those areas. If you live near one of those areas, Serpent Mound, Seaman, those areas, make sure that you take cover until it's all clear, because it's not all clear right now. And again, I just don't see anything here in this type of velocity display that really tells me. It looks like it has spun down a little bit, and that's exactly what Ethan said. The rotation seems to have weakened. Right, yeah, and you notice the notch is kind of widening out. It's still pretty prominent, but it's widening out. So what we've got here is the possibility of a tornado touching down. And again, the storm has already had a confirmed tornado touchdown. Now, ultimately, the Weather Service will have to survey this, and what we'll find out is how long it was on the ground, how strong it was. But for right now, that's all unimportant, because this area of rotation, not far from the county line between Adams and Highland County, that's where the rotation is. That is moving eastward. And so if you are along Route 73 in southern Highland County, or east of that over toward Brush Creek, or if you're south of that county line in northern Adams County over towards Bratton Township, make sure you take cover immediately, because there is definitely enough rotation here for another tornado to touch down in the area. Okay, so let's then, we haven't forgotten those of you that are also getting severe thunderstorms. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from Boone County across Kenton, Campbell, the northern corner there of Pendleton County. Actually, it's not in Boone. It's been canceled in Boone County since we take the rain off. So just a little bit of Kenton County, a good portion of Campbell County, the northern little corner there, excuse me, of Pendleton County, and then just the far northern extreme of Bracken County along the Ohio River, along with the southern part of Claremont County that includes Bethel and down to the Ohio River. Here you see it into Brown County, and there you see all the storms that continue to move to the east. And the good news is this is the end of it. Once this gets through, we are done with it, and we end up with a calmer night around the tri-state in good weather tomorrow. So overall, anybody have anything new to add?
It's just continuing to weaken a little bit down in southern Highland County, northern Adams County.
Okay, so the trend of the rotation continuing to weaken, I should say, in the southern part of Highland, northern part of Adams County continues, and let's look at correlation coefficient one more time there, Ashley. Correlation, go ahead.
The only thing I wanted to mention is you were talking about it being over once we get through the storms really in the Cincinnati area, but Decatur County has now been dropped from the watch. Okay. So probably Wilmington will do the same thing later today.
Okay, so Decatur County, Indiana is under the National Weather Service office in Indianapolis. Everything else in our viewing area under the Wilmington area. And so Indianapolis has already dropped Decatur County from the watch. If you're in Decatur County, no longer any kind of threat of severe weather for you. Okay, so here is where that is near Peebles, where you see that inflow notch in that. And I don't see a distinct debris signature. I just see what would make you think that that's a high gusty winds that are moving that way. So overall, still the possibility of a tornado touching down. Again, here it is, right here, right in this area, from Scott Township north into southern parts of Highland County. You can see where you've got this border between the green and the red. This right here on the county line and this are both suspicious. Ethan, with the other software, what do you see? Which one has the most rotation, or if any of them do?
It's weakened quite a bit. It's still there, but the thing is, though, is that there really isn't much of a difference between the two notches.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so now basically what we have is we have a weakening thunderstorm. It could spin back up. It could pulse a little bit, as they say, weaken, regain its strength, and come back up with a tornado. But right here along the Highland County line with Adams County and then south into Adams County, this is the area we're watching. And that is not far from being out of our viewing area. Once this stuff leaves our viewing area, we're sending you back to programming. And again, from our point of view, we have to let the people that watch us know what's going on. And what's going on here is that a tornado has been confirmed to have touched down in the northern part of Adams County, possibly in the southern part of Highland County. That's not confirmed. And this is the rotation here that could cause a tornado. So we're still looking at a really powerful storm, and the tornado warning still in effect here. Now, again, when you're in Route 136, if you look at this, you're out of that danger. They just haven't eliminated it yet from the area. But Bratton Township, Brush Creek, it's heading your way. More like Bratton Township up to the county line with Highland County is where the biggest danger is. And they just issued a new warning.
Which actually is probably good because they're issuing severe thunderstorm warnings rather than a tornado warning.
All right, so turn off the precip for a minute so we can see that again. But Ashley just mentioned that, and that's a really good point. So this is the tornado warning. Ethan's been telling us, watching the radar on a different software, that it's been weakening, the circulation has. It's moving eastward. Now, instead of extending the tornado warning, they've issued in advance of that a severe thunderstorm warning over towards Sunfish and Lake White. And so that pretty much tells you that when this tornado warning expires, it will be dropped and we'll be out of danger of a tornado. So that was supposed to go to 7:45. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to keep with this for just a few more minutes. If the three of us see stuff that makes us think that there's no longer the danger of a tornado touching down, we will send you back to programming. But for our viewers that are in this part of the viewing area, which is the northern part of Adams County, the southern part of Highland, right in here, basically along the Adams-Highland County line, south of Brush Creek, north of Meigs Township, northeast of Scott Township, a very rural, hilly area, you'll see that circulation right in there continue to move to the east. Even though the circulation is weakened, it hasn't weakened enough for us to be sure that another tornado won't touch down. So if you're in that area, and again, as Ethan mentioned, since he's from Highland County, this is a very rural area. And so for reference, the county line between Adams and Highland County, maybe Route 73, Brush Creek, Bratton Township. If you're in those areas, you see storminess coming your way, take cover immediately because it's moving at 45 miles an hour, and it won't give you much time to take cover if you're out in the open. So it's better to do it right now, and that's generally what we always say in a tornado warning. Take it seriously, take evasive action, keep yourself safe. And that notch, that inflow notch is still there. I tell you what, this is a persistent little thunderstorm, but it's about, at the rate it's moving, it's still about 20 minutes from leaving our viewing area, and so we're going to stay with it until then. Do we have any more reports of damage or anything else coming in?
We've gotten a lot of viewer reports. There's some hail near Bethel and Felicity. Hard to tell the timing, but that was from earlier today. There are still thousands of people without power as well because, of course, we've seen some trees fall potentially on those power lines, that kind of thing. But I have the storm reports on from the National Weather Service. We don't have anything yet, unless you've seen stuff, Ethan.
No, I'm just seeing, again, the rotation's weak, but it's not away. And actually, The newest scan just brought up a little bit of more rotation compared to the last couple of scans.
It may be pulsing a little
Oh, but
bit.
they
A little
changed
bit.
the warning again.
Okay, so now the warning's been whittled back, so Scott Township now out of danger. It's still for Bratton Township, for Brush Creek, and these areas, pretty rural, hilly area, and as Ethan mentioned, the Serpent Mound region is considered, or is part of this. And so, and you know better than I do, if you live in this area, where you are relative to Serpent Mound. So make sure that you take cover until the danger is past. The danger is going to be past, and you're still going to have a lot of storminess, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, thunder, wind gust. But the danger of the tornado is at the leading edge of this. And once that's to the east, then we will send you back to programming. But until then, we are required to make sure that the people that watch us know what is happening. Okay, the inflow notch here is weakened a little bit more. You still see that kind of curvy edge to the as that wraps around. So we still have the circulation mainly in the southern part of Highland County. Still much circulation in Adams County, Ethan? Okay.
It's near North Uniontown.
Okay.
It's also towards Lincolnville, Sinking Springs. That is towards Ohio Route 124, between 124 and 73.
Okay, so that's the precise location. Even though it's weakened, it's not as strong as it was before. For the next little while, it could still cause a tornado. And so this is Adams County right here, the county line. This is Highland County in the county line. And once this gets east of Adams County, we're going back to programming. But it looks to me, with the rate that that's moving, it's going to be closer to 8 o'clock. When we get back to programming. So we've covered the possibility of that tornado touching down in southern Highland and Adams. Let's take a look at some of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect farther to the west. And to the west, there are a number of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Now notice, Boone County's out of it. Most of Kenton County's now out of any kind of a warning. Most of Campbell County still included in the warning, so is the northern little corner there. Pendleton County, the southern part of Claremont County, is still in the warning. That includes Bethel, that includes a number of communities along the Ohio River, Shiloh and those. And then that also includes southern parts of Brown County. There's actually two different warnings here and a little bit of overlap. But if you're south of Mount Orb in Brown County, just consider yourself under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then that includes a good portion of Adams County. So West Union's in a severe thunderstorm warning. Peebles, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado warning stops just to the north of Peebles. And again, as we saw, the main danger is right here along the county line of Adams on into Highland County, pushing to the east and eventually moving out of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. So again, let me recap what's happened here. We had a tornado warning issued, which was for a storm that at that time was near Sardinia. Okay, after that happened, National Weather Service confirmed that there was that there was a touchdown. And Ashley, you may have to give me a break here so I can get a drink of water.
Yeah.
But the National Weather Service confirmed that it was observed, and there was an indication on radar of a debris ball or debris signature, which indicates that something had touched down, lofted a lot of debris, and that makes us think that to the east of Sardinia, there was a tornado touchdown. Then that tornado warning was extended into southern Highland, the northern part of Adams County, and continued all the way to the east across that. And here's where we are now. The little notch, the inflow notch here and all that stuff, that has basically weakened quite a bit. The circulation's weakened quite a bit. It's still a little bit ways from getting out of the viewing area. It's almost out. Here's the corner of Highland County right here. So this little area right there of circulation that we've been watching, that includes northern parts of Adams, southern parts of Highland County, moving off to the east, and pretty soon will be out of the viewing area. I'm going to step aside here. Ashley Smith is going to take over so I can get a drink and loosen up my vocal cords again, and I will run the radar for you.
Yeah, just wanted to show you again exactly where that tornado warning is in effect, because the National Weather Service has really done a good job of kind of whittling down this area and making it much smaller. So northern Adams County, southern portions of Highland County, we've really been focused on this area for a while now, talking about the potential that that that's where we not only could still see a tornado, but have already seen a tornado. If we turn radar back on, and he's thinking ahead of me, that's a scary thought. Thank you, Ethan. We are seeing that rain continue to move off to the east, but this area, which looked a lot more ominous earlier, is definitely weakening. Still, this is going to be a really strong storm, and I think if anything, if there's not a tornado, you're still going to have some really strong gusty winds. We'll have to see the reports once the storm is done and once it's safe to get some of those reports out to us. But you saw earlier at CVG, they had a gust of 69 miles per hour. And so we saw some viewer photos and videos from folks as well, showing some of that really kind of nasty weather. Actually, it could still be some spin up, right, Ethan?
So not real much.
Yeah, I was seeing down here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So what I was going to say is that Maysville, both the Mesonet site and the airport, measuring wind gusts between 45 and 50 miles per hour. So still very strong winds with the storms actually just to the south of these warnings. So I'll go ahead and switch it back over to reflectivity. But you can see, not seeing rain at the moment down in Mason County, but still looking at very strong winds.
What was the gust here?
50 miles an hour.
Okay, yeah, so definitely enough to cause some damage, and we've seen that around the area. Good news is we've had no reports of any kind of injuries, but we have sent a crew to Adams County because, really between Highland and Adams County because of that most recent tornado warning, because as we've been saying, it was a confirmed tornado. There was a tornado on the ground. We actually saw indications of some debris on radar, so we sent some crews to see if there is any kind of damage or anything like that. So, of course, we'll be able to report that to you later today, but definitely seeing some improvement as far as the current situation here. Still have a tornado warning for another 7 minutes. It goes until 7:45. National Weather Service says there could still be a tornado kind of within this area from Bratton Township north including Brush Creek. No, not anymore. The warning is still in effect. We don't see the indications on radar anymore of a tornado. The storm really starting to weaken significantly. We still want to make sure that you know there are plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect all the way from, it looks like Campbell County. I think Kenton County might be out of that at this point, but it does include Campbell County. It includes parts of Claremont County, Bracken County, Pendleton County. Then there's another warning. That includes parts of Adams and Brown counties. It does include Georgetown. If you think of the Ohio River, once you get east of Campbell County, think of the Ohio River as the line between some of these warnings. North of the Ohio River, we still have the warnings in effect. South, you're pretty much in the clear, and you can see why. These storms are kind of just following the Ohio River, really, once they get into Claremont County. So storms are moving from west to east, still pretty strong. We've had indications that they're moving at 50 miles per hour. They've been 40 to kind of 50 miles per hour throughout the day. So as we track kind of these storms as they move through the area, it would be in New Richmond. Is this the end of the storms? Yeah, so this is the drying line. So we would be in the clear by 7:42 in New Richmond. Mount Orab, you would be done with the storms by 8:14. Eagle Township at 8:35, Burn Township 8:58, and finally in West Union, you would be dry by 9:20. We do not anticipate any more development behind that line. So that would be some good news that once those storms do move through, you're in the clear. So again, just another several minutes on that tornado warning, which is still in effect. National Weather Service has not canceled that early, which they're just saying, hey, we still want to be on alert that this tornado, as Steve mentioned, could spin back up across parts of the area. So northern Adams County, southern Highland County. Steve, are you mic'd up still?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so talking about the ends of the storms, you have... Didn't know if you had anything to add to that.
Well, and again, we just want to mention that definitely National Weather Service confirmed that a tornado touched down. We don't have the exact location near Sardinia, Ohio. We've got a crew on the way right now, and we hope to bring you a full report on that coming up tonight at 10 o'clock. They'll go out there and do an extensive search for damage, talk to people that may have seen it, and we'll have that report at 10 o'clock tonight on Fox 19 Now. And thanks to Ashley for giving me a spell so I could kind of water my vocal cords and stop coughing in front of you. Okay, so again, the tornado warning is about to expire. The storm that caused the tornado is weakening right here, moving out of our viewing area. Maybe not enough water yet, but as that moves out of our viewing area, the leading edge of that is where the tornado is possible. Once the leading edge of that storm is out of here, we're going to wrap up some details and we'll eventually get you back to programming. What?
Yeah, the rotation's out of Adams and Highland County. I'm looking at on other software.
Okay.
It's past Sinking Springs now.
So what we're going to do, since the rotation is out of our viewing area, we've got 3 meteorologists here, Ethan Emery, Ashley Smith, myself, all think that the risk then of another spin up is 0. That's going to move out of our viewing area. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to programming. For those of you that watch Jeopardy, there's still a good portion of that show left, and we will keep an eye on this. Anything that comes up, we'll break in immediately and let you know, especially if it's another tornado warning, but we do not expect that. The tornado watch itself continues till 10 o'clock, but that's going to begin to be dropped county by county as the danger ends. And again, severe thunderstorm activity from basically Campbell County on across the southern part of Ohio. Those storms are also weakening, and the threat of a tornado has now ended. We go back to programming. Thanks for staying with us, and join us tonight at 10 o'clock.